Cool. At least we got that part. When I'm in this house, I'm going fucking crazy. I have to leave again. Yeah, as soon as possible. Smoked weed again. Bad idea. I'm turning the tobacco off now. See what happens next. I was worried about it. Let's do a jacket. No, it's all.
español, marque el número 2. If you are a veteran or service member or are calling about one, press 1. To connect to support for LGBTQI+ youth and young adults, press 3. Otherwise, to talk with a counselor, stay on the line or press 0. To improve 988, your call may be monitored and recorded. We are checking for a counselor who is available to talk. You'll hear music while we do this, and we'll give you an update in 30 seconds. You are not alone. We care and want to support you. Someone will be with you soon. Another update in 30 seconds. If you are in the process of a suicide attempt, call 911. Otherwise, stay on the line. If you want to help, we will have someone available as soon as possible.
Hey, my bad. I didn't mean. I'm okay. Yeah, I'm fine. My name's Taran Miller. Sorry, I didn't mean to call you guys right away. I'm scared like that. Someone who doesn't feel like me is really scared to be here. I'll stop doing that. That's funny. Let's check it. Okay. Yes, Kevin. 747 Garfield. I was really hoping for Garfield, but he didn't want to come in here. Garfield.
him up. And he was the first sort of
Can I
guru
bring my
type that I
phone?
came across on the internet that he had such a similar experience. He had like this overnight awakening. And while the character of our awakenings was
Yeah.
very different, it was still the same
Just in
result
case.
and the same sort of monumental transformation. And you know, and then I had another friend who was raised as a Jehovah's Witness, who was kicked out, you know, when he was in his late teens for not living right, you know. And so as I'm going through this process, I'm talking to him a lot about this stuff, and I'm saying these things, and he's like, "Bro, that's right out of Scripture." And he's, you know, he knows the Bible forwards and backwards. And he was also one of these guys that, even when he was a witness, he researched other, you know, super high openness. So he was out there like researching all this stuff. He's got more of a knowledge akin to, I think, what you have. Comparatively, like I still feel like a beginner in a lot of ways in terms of reading other people's work, because I kind of just immediately started to get into my own formulation of what all of this meant to me. And part of that was this thing that I started calling the chart, which really just came out of me trying to share this with my friend Dean. And at some point, he kind of, you know, I say it in one of the videos, he says, you know, he just hands me a pen and he says, "Dude, draw what you saw."
Did you know you could be entitled to a 5 or 6 figure payout if you were in a traffic collision within the past 2 years? Yes, even if you weren't the driver. Just click on the link around this video to discover how much you're entitled to. Fill out a free 30-second quiz and you're done. Because if you've had to miss work or been hurt by a motorist in the past 2 years, you may be owed money and you don't even know it. It could be a 5, 6, or even 7-figure settlement. Simply click the link to find out. Over 25,000 accident victims have recovered $15 billion collectively with free case evals without stepping foot in a courtroom, paying excessive legal fees, or having to navigate the insurance gauntlet alone. Even pedestrians, rideshare users, cyclists, and motorcyclists.
I can't draw very well, so I just drew these 3 circles on this page, and I put these 3, you know, there were these 3 objects that I saw in this dream, which, you know, I could go into. But, you know, I drew these 3 circles, I showed him the circles, and I said, you know, this is what I saw, man. I'm not going to draw it for you. And it was sort of just a joke. And then I put the paper aside. And then, you know, maybe a couple months later, I'm just kind of, you know, cleaning up or whatever, and I come across this paper, and I realized that that's a trinity. And that started me down this whole rabbit hole of like, why are trinities and all these different religions? And then, you know, that is how the chart was sort of born. And it just, you know, and I had a graphic design background, and so a lot of it came pretty easy to me to like put it in the computer and start messing around with these things. And then it just became this weird project of like trying to see like how much stuff can I correlate here. And I guess the last sort of step of that was the big 5 personality traits. And once they fit into this thing so perfectly that I that was kind of when I realized, like, dude, you know, this is, of all the narratives that I've ever tried to write, like the narrative of the hero's journey of like the atheist who's you know, struggling, who then wakes up, you know, it was such a compelling narrative. And I was like, you know, I was in that mode of like thinking that I could help people, which, you know, we could talk about that too, which is a whole problem in and of itself. And you know, I had to face certain things about that with the ego and like all that kind of stuff. But
let me interject something here real quick. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So, how much of this narrative, perchance, happens around the beginning of the year 2020?
Well, that was a totally separate thing. All of this entire I'll call it a 3-month. I basically said like there was a 3-month period where I was having like the throat chakra awakening or whatever, and that was the period between January 2013 and March 2013. And it's funny, I was listening to Owen and Jonathan, I think, on one of their talks. And they were sort of joking about like, hey, maybe 2012 really was like some turning point. And I know for me, absolutely, like 2013 marked like the beginning of my life in a lot of ways. And I was 39 at that point. Within 3 months of that awakening, I met a woman who's now my wife. You know, we have 2 kids. Like my life has sort of blossomed to this thing that I just never thought possible, I guess.
Yeah, I was asking about 2020 because I know many people. You mentioned you described it as this kind of download that happened. A lot of people experience things like that for some reason around that time frame in particular. And so I was wondering if there's any correlation there, but
there is in a physical sense because 2020. I owned a cafe in Philly for almost 20 years. Until 2020 is when I decided that I had to leave, and that was like a big metamorphosis too. It was like I had my wife and 2 kids living in this, a nice apartment for Philly standards, but still a little apartment in Philly, and that's when we decided to leave. And so I've been out 4 years now, and that, obviously, that was a huge transformation too, just because of the fact that I really thought I was going to live the rest of my life in Philly. I never thought I would ever leave, and now I've been out in the burbs basically for the last 4 years, and I'll never look back. And of course, there's some aspects that I miss about city life, but I'm done, man. And that that's a fun, interesting story in itself. But that has a lot more to do with like politics a little bit and the COVID thing, and I'm sure you can relate. I mean, everybody I think kind of went through a crucible during that period.
Right. Yeah.
And I certainly did, and yeah. So, but yeah, the 2012 thing was kind of interesting because like that is the time. I mean, January 2013, man, like it all changed, and I've heard a lot of other people talk about that period too, and having similar experiences around that time. And
when Garfield ran away.
And I like that, I like when things line up numerically. And it moved 7 years after that awakening in 2020. Crazy times.
And that would have been. I'm like lining it up right now in my head. I'm like, okay, 7 years before that would have been blah, blah, blah. And then 7 years before that would have been like 1999, which was when The Matrix came out. And so, okay, but we're not going there.
Shoot me if you want to.
Okay, yeah. So like, I suppose I should just interject a bit of my story here.
Yeah,
so
I was curious where you got into all, I know you have kind of a chart thing too, and I was curious if that came about in similar circumstances or
not quite. So I really began my metaphysical quest, let's call it, when I was, probably like 14 or 15 years old, maybe even a little younger than that. I mean, I grew up in a very, very rural place, to such an extent that I don't think the word rural really does it justice. Like, I was born and raised in the middle of nowhere. I mean, just like in the forest, right? Like, not like little small town Americana, but just like completely isolated. Yeah, I was extremely lonely. I was extremely depressed, and I had nothing better to do than read, and that's what I did, by golly, And as I got older, I kind of transitioned from more sci-fi fantasy type stuff, which I was into when I was like in my early teens, more into things like philosophy. And by the time I was about 15, that was kind of the beginning of my new atheist phase, because that was around the time I discovered the science and started, really looking to that as this kind of beacon of hope and rationality. And moreover, it was performing a very important psychological function for me as well, because it was allowing me to kind of differentiate myself from the atmosphere of like evangelical Southern Baptist Protestantism, which I was immersed in, right? And so that was a big part of it too. But, to make a very long story short, that phase lasted a long time in a sense, but in another sense it didn't, because, it was about 7 years, I suppose, 6 years.
Hey everybody, it's Tony Robbins and Dean Graziosi. I have a question for you. If you had to make a choice between having massive impact on people's lives or having real financial freedom, which would you pick? Well, the truth is you don't have to choose, because there's an industry that's been growing. It's now $1 billion a day that between the two of us, we've got over 70 years experience in. And that today you can enter in for almost nothing using AI at a speed and a tempo and a level of quality that has never existed in humanity. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity, and we're going to show you how to do this for no charge. May 15th to 17th, the Thrive in 2025 virtual live event.
If you've ever been to any of our live events in the last 5 years, I promise you this is going to be unlike anything we've ever done before. It's less of an event and more of a state of the union, because the game has changed completely. What took Tony and I years, 30 years ago, what took us months just a year ago, now takes minutes. We're going to show you how to compress time, use our 70 plus years of experience, and get in the game fast. I love you've been saying to freedom.
Yeah, that's what it means.
We say that not with hyperbole, but saying we wish we had the tools that we have available to now. So if you're ready for more, if you know you're meant to do something bigger, more impact, success in the outside world and success internally, join us May 15th through the 17th for the Thrive 2025 live event. It's not kind of free, it's totally free.
Want to keep your hairline where it is? Hims.com or a range of options that work best for you, so you can grow visibly thicker and fuller hair in just 3 to 6 months. Keep it looking strong for years to come with doctor-trusted ingredients like finasteride, minoxidil, and a blend of supplements that support healthy hair. 3 in 4 Hims customers say they wish they started using hair treatment earlier. Get ahead now to keep the hair you love. Get started today at Hims.com.
Altogether, something like that. It was a while, but by the time I was 21, I had already completely given up on that because my problem with the new atheist worldview was not that it made me depressed or that I found it unfulfilling, really. If I had stuck with it for long enough, then presumably I would have ran into that wall sooner or later. But my problem with it was really it was just that it didn't work. Because it was never enough for me to be like, okay, this makes sense. These are the facts, blah, 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 and just go about my life, right? I am way too obsessive compulsive for that. And so I wanted to really dig into the epistemology of science. Like, okay, if the science has the truth, then what is truth? What is science? How does this work? Like, what are the inner nuts and bolts that are at work in mediating between human beliefs and the world? And so this got me into the logical positivists and Wittgenstein's early work and Karl Popper's logic of scientific discovery, and then Thomas Kuhn, and then blah, blah, blah. And I was just kind of on this endless quest to find some kind of rock solid understanding of science that I felt was adequately grounding for really what I already believed.
Hello, Moto.
Hello? You want barbecue potato chips? Those be fine. No, I want the other ones. This is your film.
Believed in. And then, just out of nowhere, I discovered Friedrich Nietzsche. And it's these things seem unrelated, because Nietzsche is kind of known as an atheist himself, or at the very least, kind of anti-Christian. But for me, Nietzsche was like a sledgehammer to the new atheist worldview, because he just unflinchingly.
Need a free phone? Listen up. If you're on SNAP, Medicaid, SSI, or Section 8, you're eligible for a brand new smartphone with unlimited service. Completely free. That's right, free. I ditched my old phone and signed up in just 30 seconds. Within 2 days, I received a brand new premium phone, all without spending a dime. No contracts, no hidden fees, no hassle. I was skeptical, but this has been a real lifesaver for us. I was able to give my kid my old phone, and our family is now more connected than ever. Tap the link below to apply now before this amazing deal expires.
With the world in chaos, what's really needed is someone to finally make sense of human seemingly mad behavior, which is actually what Australian biologist Jeremy Griffith, who I consider to be the newest Charles Darwin, has done in this incredible interview. His world-saving breakthrough presents the redeeming and psychologically healing understanding of ourselves, which is the fundamental paradigm shift we need to save the human race.
I'm completely shocked after watching this interview to see a scientist finally explain the human condition and fix the world. It's utterly astonishing.
What you will hear is really the most amazing talk that has ever been heard.
This interview left me speechless. It's bigger than natural selection and the theory of relativity.
I believe this is the most sensational information to ever appear on planet Earth.
So you need to stop and listen to this interview.
When I saw the interview, the way he put it in the science that was presented, a light bulb instantly went off, and I was like, oh wow, that's the absolute answer.
When I watched that interview, my mind was just blown. I honestly believe this is how we are going to be saving the human race from running themselves into extinction.
Incredibly lucky to be alive at a time when this information has come about.
Jeremy Griffith is an extraordinary biologist with such clear thinking in finding out who we are and what we are and why we are here.
This should be taught in schools. Any question that you've ever had in your life, it will answer it for you.
When I watched the interview, my mind was blown away, like instantly. There's no dogma, there's no sort of like belief system, there's no you must believe this or something like that. No, it's just use your mind and you have to just think. And I was like, wow, this makes absolute sense. This makes absolute sense.
It just finally makes sense of the contradiction in ourselves and in the world. It's just unbelievable.
Listen to the man's interview. And everyone that has taken my advice come back going, oh my gosh, I have never learned so much in my life. It answered so many questions that I've always had.
I was quite skeptical, but it was free. And I remember being really touched because they didn't even ask my email address or anything like that.
No hidden agenda. When I saw the website the first time, I thought, there'll be, if you pay 500 or something, but I didn't find anything about paying, just pure information, wanting to save the world.
We are so skeptical that people claim these sorts of things, and saving the world is like, I heard this before, and it's always a hoax. It's never true. Go there and follow the logic, and one step after the other, and you will just see it all stacks up perfectly. It is the truth about us humans. It is absolutely wonderful. It's shocking also. It's extremely shocking.
It deals with the core of life. how we can understand things at the core, so we could move forward with a fuller understanding.
There's such an impoverishment of spirit now pervading really globally, of the human heart, mind, soul struggling to make sense of its life world. And now with Jeremy Griffith's work, we can make sense of the life world, which is now, hallelujah, hallelujah.
Jeremy's scientific explanation of the human condition is what people need. It's what the world needs.
Oh, the anguish, the anger, the selfishness, the indifference in humans. Nothing will be solved if we don't deal with the human condition. If we deal with the human condition, it solves everything.
People have been scratching around for hundreds, thousands of years trying to work it out. And then here comes Jeremy Griffiths and explains it. So it makes perfect sense.
So you need to stop and listen to this interview.
Just like turned the mirror around and showed me like, hey, this is like, here's the psychological reasons why you like this and why it appeals to you, and here's all the really dark, messy parts of yourself that are actually motivating this. And I was like, oh, he's right. Yeah, there was no denying it. I was like, oh, okay, this is awkward. And then it was like, oh, okay, well, now what, right? And so that led me on a whole other trajectory through, Richard Rorty, Heidegger, Derrida, Deleuze, eventually Whitehead. It wouldn't be until, it was the summer of 2020 was when things really took a major turn. The time prior to that, so that would have been, at least 5 or 6 years in between Nietzsche and then, that time had definitely opened me up a lot more to the possibility of seeing things. Just like turned the mirror around and showed me like, hey, this is like, here's the psychological reasons why you like this and why it appeals to you, and here's all the really dark, messy parts of yourself that are actually motivating this. And I was like, oh, he's right. Yeah, there was no denying it. I was like, oh, okay, this is awkward. And then it was like, oh, okay, well, now what, right? And so that led me on a whole other trajectory through, Richard Rorty, Heidegger, Derrida, Deleuze, eventually Whitehead. It wouldn't be until, it was the summer of 2020 was when things really took a major turn. The time prior to that, so that would have been, at least 5 or 6 years in between Nietzsche and then. That time had definitely opened me up a lot more to the possibility of seeing things in a kind of spiritualistic way or taking religion seriously, but I just kind of didn't. I just kind of didn't really see the appeal of it, really. I was much more concerned with really just other philosophical things. I was kind of in a bit of a postmodernist rabbit hole for a while there. That was a big part of it. But then during 2020, that was a major crisis for me. That was a period of time where I had just gotten out of a really, really bad relationship that had lasted about 2 years. I had completely lost myself, to make a very long story short. I was also drinking like a fish, so that was a big part of it. I finally get sober for the first time. There would be a couple of relapses and then getting sober again before I was finally out of the woods. But the first time I got sober, it was like, it just hit me like a ton of bricks. Just all of, like, people keep on using download. And I mean, yeah, that's what it felt like. Like, it was just like all of a sudden, I was like, oh, there's literally like these circulating flows of consciousness which are connecting me with like the air and the trees and stuff. And like, I don't need to, like, I just see it. Like, there wasn't any like rationalizing it or explaining it. It was just like, oh, there it is. How did I not notice this until just now? Right. Like, and then right around that same time, I discovered the philosopher Alfred North Whitehead. And I'm not going to go on a big tangent about him, but basically he was kind of like the gatekeeper, as it were, the first step into this world of a much more explicitly metaphysical look at philosophy, and philosophy that bridges into theology and esotericism and that kind of thing. And so since then, I've pretty much been down the rabbit hole this entire time, and it's been a hell of a ride. So yeah.
Yeah, man, I can relate. And it's there's so many rabbit holes.
Indeed, there is. I mean, even now, I mean, it's like, it's never ending. I mean, very recently, I've been absolutely obsessed with like the Zodiac. That's been kind of the new thing that I've been taking a lot of interest in, and it is fascinating. But you did ask specifically about my the chromogram, right, with the planets and the colors and all that. That's interesting because that came about. I was studying astrology kind of in the background, but I learned about the German philosopher, well, more like a Renaissance man. He kind of did everything, but Johann von Goethe, his color theory that he developed, which is absolutely breathtakingly beautiful. And I was learning about his stuff, and I realized, like, oh, well, if you just, set things up in a way that kind of accords with what Goethe is talking about, and then you just set up, like, okay, the sun is yellow, and then the moon can be blue, and then I just started plugging the planets in, and then it was like, oh, like, this seems like, not only does it make sense, but like it actually shows me things that I didn't even notice before, right? And that's where you start to think like, oh, this is real, isn't it, right?
I had the exact same experience.
Yeah.
My chart too. Yeah. It's pretty wild. But interestingly, like I kind of came at the chart from the back end in the sense that I had this map from my dream, and then it was just a map. So that was already sort of created. And when I started looking at things, I started realizing that other people had already correlated a lot of this stuff. So a lot of what my chart is really just like the only thing that I guess that's truly unique maybe about it, unless, it could be out there obviously, but I haven't seen it, is just the arrangement of the chakras. And, with the heart being in the center and the crown being on the outside. But the rest of it, I was just plugging in what people had already said. Like, I don't necessarily know why the Platonic solids are correlated the way they are. And I'm not sure why, the astrological sign, like I put the zodiac around the outside and I did all these things, but I'm not clear on exactly why. The only things I was clear on was the things I saw in my dream. And I was just able to kind of just plug these things in, So yeah, like, and I've been very curious about like exploring it with other people who know more about this stuff than I do, because people are going to see different things in it, and as you're saying that, like I did spend the last week or so, like, because you and Jonathan are both into tarot, I just for fun, like I was like, all right, let me see. I tried to do this, 7 or so years ago, and I kind of thought, well, there's some correlations there. And I'd also gone through this process of like trying to force things to correlate that didn't necessarily work. Like I took the Kabbalah and I put the Kabbalah in there, and I kind of was trying to look for correlations, and I really didn't find a lot that was compelling. And so, certain things kind of fell by the wayside, and the tarot cards were one of those things that I did some experiments with. And I felt that, like, once I felt like I understood what was happening with tarot cards, I kind of just left it behind, and I just moved on. But I don't know if you want to do a quick screen share here.
Yeah, totally. Go for it. There we go.
There we go. Okay, so clearly I've been playing with these tarot images. And then
My friends laughed at me for buying this, and now they ask me where I got this. So I almost made the dumbest mistake of my life. I got this handcrafted Japanese-like kitchen knife, and honestly, I was ready to return it. I did not expect it to be this crazy, but before I was going to ship it back, I figured I'd at least try it, since I've already wasted thousands on those cheap knives that can't even slice butter on a warm day. And guys, holy shit, this thing didn't just cut. It glided through everything like some kind of kitchen laser. That's when I realized I wasn't just keeping it. I needed to get more as a gift for my friends and family as soon as possible. I called up their support team immediately. Hey, can I still get in on that 70% off deal? They explained to me that since the holidays are over, normally this deal would be gone, but they've made a bit of a mistake, and the deal is back. Apparently, they completely sold out on Black Friday, but then panicked with the holiday season coming. So they doubled their production and made way too many knives. Now their warehouse is overflowing, and they need to get rid of inventory fast. So they're running this insane deal. But once their stock gets back to normal, this deal is over. Top chefs and home cooks are obsessed with the Matsudo knife for many reasons. One, its blade is made using ancient techniques perfected over generations, providing unmatched sharpness that lasts a lifetime. Two, the knife's perfect balance ensures precision and control, allowing you to slice through any ingredient effortlessly. 3, the ergonomic handle, crafted from Japanese oak wood, fits naturally in your hand, reducing fatigue during long meal prep sessions. 4, its unique design features a hole near the blade, allowing your index finger to rest comfortably, making it easier to handle even the toughest foods. 5, the Matsudo knife replaces the need for an entire set of knives. This one tool can handle 95% of your kitchen tasks, from cutting meat to slicing vegetables. 6, the knife's dimples prevent ingredients from sticking to the blade, meaning you can slice with ease and speed. 7, it's built to last. No more replacing dull knives every few years. Matsudo is an investment in quality that will serve you for years. 8, the Matsudo knife stays sharp even after months of daily use, reducing the need for...
And then I just started looking at, like, and again, this is what other people correlated them with. Like, I don't know why the Wheel of Fortune is correlated with Jupiter. And I don't know. I can sort of try to intuit why some of these things line up the way they do, just because of, other things that I've read or whatever. But of course, some of these things are going to correlate, because I guess what the tarot is doing and what the chart is trying to do and what your chart is trying to do is to, the way Jonathan put it, it's the object at the end of time. He referred to it as the teleological, I think it's Terence McKenna, as the teleological object at the end of time. And, if tarot is doing what it says it's doing, which is breaking down all human activities into these, 78 sort of variations, then of course, you're going to be able to correlate these things because they're all trying to do the same thing. Whether or not it's of value to anyone is the question, I guess. And that's up to people to figure out. But there is something kind of elegant and interesting about the way, not just with the tarot cards, but just with the way the planets worked out. And I kind of wanted to get your take on a couple of these things because, like I said, I only correlated these because that's what most of the sort of esoteric literature was saying about how they should be correlated. So, I put Venus here as this, I call it the equatorial axis. And I just thought that was cool that, Venus shows up at this harmonious equatorial axis, and Mars shows up at this, I call it the, it's like the axis of rotation, the rotational axis. And, between Mars and Venus is the Earth. And then if you look at the zodiac sign for the Earth, it is just like this crosshair, which I'm sort of seeing as the center of the chart and where everything's in harmony. And I guess it's important to distinguish the difference between what I think of Earth as the element and Earth as the planet, because to me, Earth as the element, at least how it exists in the chart, is really just talking about the processes of biology, so it's like it's dirt, but it's also, the process of life itself. Whatever element is happening with biology, that's Earth. Whereas the planet Earth would actually be in the center of this, because that's where we're all at, right?
Oh, so
yeah, it's interesting. Because you can definitely look at Earth as an element and Earth as a planet as kind of the same but kind of different. It's interesting. Right. With the planet Earth, I would say I would describe that as signifying convergence. Like it's the place where it all comes together, right? As far as and that's exactly how the Neoplatonists and Aristotelians, the medieval Christians, all of them would have seen it that way, that the Earth was the center, in the sense that all of the different activities of the celestial spheres come together within the Earth. And then elemental Earth is a bit more specific, I guess you could say, and that it is matter, but it's a specific modality of matter in which there's this kind of completion, you could say. There's this fixity.
There's like, metal is down here, and that's to me is correlated with nothingness. But it seems like, whatever's happening with Earth as an element, it is like it's matter that's just been embodied by spirit, I guess, right? If that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting that you've used the Chinese elements as well. That's very interesting, because within the Chinese elemental framework, Earth kind of does something that is actually, I would say, kind of equivalent to what quintessence does, or ether, within the Western tradition, because essentially the way that Chinese alchemy works is that Earth is like the central element, really, and then metal is drawn out of Earth by fire. So it is it's yin being drawn out of Earth by yang, and then wood is the opposite of that. So wood is drawn out of Earth by water. So that is yang being drawn out of Earth by yin. So anyway, you can look at it like Earth is in the middle, and then you've got fire and water, and then you've got wood and metal off to the sides. And so anyway, but quintessence kind of serves a similar purpose within the Western system. And so sometimes. Wow.
This new Special Forces device turns men into beasts. It burns calories on autopilot by emulating 10,000 crunches in 10 minutes, melting belly fat without rigorous diets or lengthy workouts. It's called Tactical X-Abs, and it was created by a former Army officer and a bioengineer, Captain James Snipes. His invention took the military by storm and became a game changer for the Special Forces, boosting their strength and endurance like never before. And now it's helping thousands of people around the world burn.
Sometimes it's occurred to me that maybe with the elemental Earth in the Western system, it would make more sense to use a word like stone, right, rather than Earth, to kind of differentiate those. But I don't know, the ambiguity itself also sometimes has a kind of function. So either way. But yeah, with the heart chakra there in the middle, I like that as well, because the heart, the heart is interesting with this relationship to, well, Christianity. First of all, the heart is a very central symbolic significance there.
That was one of the things that hit me about a lot of the things that Jesus was talking about. He's always talking about the heart.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how many times offhand he mentions it, but yeah, I mean, it's kind of going through that same process of like for me, it was really more about trying to understand like the relationship, and you might actually know more about this, like why does this? I call it the Star of David. I can't remember its technical name, but like why does the Star of David show up in Hindu mythology in this way in the heart chakra, and what's the connection between Judaism and Hinduism? But once I started seeing, the upward triangle and the downward triangle and the relationship between the masculine and the feminine and all these things, like it just became obvious of like, and even when you look up like what the chakras mean in like the Hindu mythology, it really just comes down to like balance, harmony, sometimes people, will say like love or compassion, like all these different emotional states, but when I see the chart, like, this is the chart as we're seeing it, like this is somebody this is a moment of harmony, like I think if you're not harmonious, you're not balanced well, it would look like this. And then your consciousness is sort of roaming around as it relates to like your temperament in terms of like I believe that we're probably born with a certain temperament, in terms of like the big five maybe, that then is modulated by our experiences, and that wherever we're born on this chart, we can go in, further into balance or further out of balance by our experiences. And for me, it was like, the night of my awakening was like, boom, the heart chakra just pops up. And then suddenly I'm downloaded with all this knowledge, in terms of the void, that was how I saw my life. It was like, everything's meaningless. There's nothing, there's nothing, and it doesn't matter. Nothing matters and all that kind of stuff. And so, to me, it's like, as we travel around this thing, the crown, the knowledge is what fills this void, I guess, is the way I think about it. And that, if everything's spiraling, then this chart, like you're kind of leveling up as you go through this process of accumulating knowledge and living in harmony. The crown chakra like pops up to make to complete this journey from seeing back to being, where you're again sort of at rest, at peace, just being. There's no questions. There's nothing missing.
Very much like the hero's journey.
Yeah, and that was another big key was, I grew up watching Star Wars, like a lot of us did, and it was a big deal for me as a kid. It kind of inspired me to go into film, and I was hanging out with my buddy Dean one day, and I started realizing like, well, yeah, Princess Leia's got these buns on the side of her head. Could she be like, is that referencing the third eye chakra? And I knew that, supposedly George Lucas consulted with Joseph Campbell and all this stuff. And I don't know if you watched the Rescue the Princess video. Did you see that one?
I think so, but fill me in. I watched a few of your videos a long time ago, and then I recently started rewatching them, so I'm a little bit scrambled.
No, it's cool. The Rescue the Princess one is basically like, I did a bunch of experiments. I was like hanging out with some people, recording our conversations. I was trying to find out like what form this YouTube channel was going to take, because I knew I wanted to share this stuff, but I wasn't sure exactly how it was going to go. But once I sort of decoded the Star Wars story and was able to like correlate them with the chakras, that's how that Rescue the Princess episode was born. It was literally just like a conversation between me and my sister, of me trying to explain the chart through the story of Star Wars, where Princess Leia is the mind, Han Solo is the body, Obi-Wan is the old wisdom from the past in terms of correct action, because that's kind of how it's not just action. This is correct action. It's like the right thing to do in the moment. Princess Leia's got these two sidekicks, one of which C-3PO, and then we've got R2-D2 as Abel, which, I'd have to go into why that makes sense. Maybe it already makes sense to you, but Han Solo's got these two sidekicks. One is Chewbacca, the emotional animal, and then we've got his ship, which is, sort of Cain-like in the sense that, to me, it's like all agriculture and technological advancement is sort of these rungs on the tree of knowledge trying to get us back into a harmonious state where we're at rest or at peace with nature or filling the void, so to speak. And then obviously Darth Vader and the Emperor and that whole thing being the void and the thing that's missing and trying to bring order to the galaxy. And to me, nothingness is I only correlate it with too much order because of the metallic relationship here. Because to me, it's metal is, and I count crystals and stone in the same category of physical objects that are so ordered that nothing can really happen inside there. There might be some space, but it's pretty much as ordered as you can get. And as opposed to fire, which is ultimate chaos, it's just too much energy, too much chaos. And you kind of have this Goldilocks zone in the middle between all these other elements. But the Star Wars part of it was okay, now I know what I'm doing in trying to share this. And it was after that, I wrote those first 4 videos probably in the span of 6 months. And it did take 2 or 3 years, I think, to produce the first batch. And then I got caught up with moving and all this stuff. And then and the channel wasn't getting that much love either. So I kind of just put it on the back burner. I thought, if people find this interesting, it'll become obvious at some point and it'll either blow up or it won't. Yeah, I guess about a year ago, I did some experiments with TikTok, which we talked about. And one of those videos got 700,000 views or something. And really kind of got me back into the saddle of I want to keep doing this, and people seem interested. And but yeah, it was the first 4 videos kind of just fell out, and I got to be honest, I've struggled with where to go from there because the first 4 videos just came so easily, and it was kind of just me trying to put the download that I got into a format that I could present, and it really was just, can I help my sister with this? Can I help my friend with this? I look around and I see all these people suffering. And I do feel it's because we lack a narrative to make sense of our suffering.
Yeah. I got a number of things to touch upon here. I mean, one, you've got the void down there at the bottom, which, I've got something kind of similar with my chromogram as well. You've got kind of this light and darkness polarity, but you can see that as kind of the bottom of this descent. This kind of I like to think of it as a caterpillar kind of liquefying itself inside a chrysalis before it becomes a butterfly, right? So there's this formlessness which has to take hold before new form can come about. And so you have the descent into the darkness and then an ascent after that. What's interesting, though, we in the West,
Hey, how are you? Can you guys send one of your drivers here? Can you guys send one of your people here? I'm feeling very yeah, that word. Very triggered. I just got out of a suicide hospital, and I'd like to go back. Okay. Today. Yeah. Badly. Yep. I have several. I have several. Homicide probably. I'm not homicidal at all. No, that's the problem. But that would be my plan at this point. Would be to commit. Well, I'm worried about someone trying to kill me. I'm so paranoid that I have to have somebody here right now. Yeah. No, I'm not alone. My dad's here. He doesn't want to hear it though. My dad is with me, but he doesn't want to hear it right now. I'm having a major psychiatric emergency.
Okay, well, I'm going to get you some help. I'm just going to have to ask you some questions so I can get you some help, okay?
Okay.
All right. And you have had past suicidal thoughts, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you ever attempted to end your life?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you tell me about the attempt?
Hanging.
That hanging?
Yeah.
So you tried to hang yourself?
Yeah, it's a quick emergency.
Okay, and I know I'm just trying to, get some information. So can I have your name?
Taran Miller.
Spell your first name for me.
Taran Miller.
And Taran, you are a veteran, correct?
No.
Okay, that's okay. I still get you some help. That doesn't matter. Can you give me your date of birth?
321-999. No, I'm not going to commit homicide. I'm suicidal.
Okay.
I don't want to hurt anybody.
Yeah, you say your first name is Taran?
Yeah.
And is this a good contact number to contact you? 530 in case we get disconnected. 925-1673.
Yeah. I'm gonna call 911 instead, so I can go to the hospital.
What's your emergency?
I'm having a psychiatric emergency. Can I have an officer here?
Well, you've dialed 911, so what is your reason for calling?
I'm having a psychiatric emergency.
Okay, what do you need?
I need to go to the hospital.
Okay, do you need medical then?
Yeah, I need somebody here as soon as possible.
Okay, stand on my place at a medical.
Hey, can you take me to the hospital, Dad? Here. Can you take me to the hospital?
What for?
I'm super paranoid. I'm gonna go to the hospital.
address. The CAD is putting it at 1520 Alameda Ave.
No.
I had to pull up my CAD all the way.
Hold on. My dad's taking me.
Your dad's gonna take you?
Yeah.
Okay, well, if you need to give us a call back, okay?
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Making yourself paranoid.
Describing these things, these subtle differences, and they're so colored by our own personalities.
That one.
But the synergy is so obvious. And, it's as I've said,
Stacks more your clothes.
Like I'm in a
Throwing away a lot of shit.
and I think that maybe is just a product of 39 years of atheism or whatever. But
yeah, it's interesting that you brought up Galahad. His most recent video, he's one called Hidden Packaging Theory. So he shows me that a while ago, before it was made public, and
Where's your playlist taking you? Down the highway? To the mountains? Or just into the daydream mode?
So your stuff now.
With over 4,000
You got a laptop now.
Best Western is there to help you make the most of your getaway. Wherever that is. Because the only thing better than a great playlist
It's all my stuff.
is a great show.
Why?
Life's the trip. Make the most of it at Best Western. Book direct and save at bestwestern.com.
And I was talking to him about it, and I noticed in the video he was using this language that just, I mean, it sounded exactly like the language that I had used to describe pretty much the exact same thing. I forget the exact phrasing of it, but it was almost like note for note, like we said it the exact same way, and I was like, did you like get that from me, or like what? Like, and he said he did, and I totally believe it. But it's remarkable that you would have such a convergence like that, because again, as usual, I'm not coming at this as much from this like place of having mystical experiences so much as like I'm up to my eyeballs in books, and like, so the phrasing in particular that we were talking about there was something that I had gotten from the Swiss philosopher John Gebser, his text The Ever-Present Origin, which of course Galahad's never even heard of. But it's interesting that like I took that and like kind of rephrased it in a specific kind of way, and then Galahad, he just pulled it out of the ether, I guess, and it was almost identical. So yeah, it's really interesting that seems to be happening quite a lot. Actually, there's a lot of movement in the air in that regard. It would seem.
Like I see it pretty much everywhere I look.
Yeah.
I had so many interesting experiences like that too. It was like this quote that kind of came into my mind when I was doing the chart. I was trying to. One of the trinities that I sort of came up with was like this set of 3 axioms. That I sort of felt like, well, whatever was missing from my life during my atheistic phase, these axioms seem to cover that. One of the axioms was that consciousness is the only real thing that exists, and nothing unreal exists is part of. I think it's a journey about this. It's like that. There's like a sort of I don't want to call it a cult, but I can't remember the name of it. It's one of these sort of new age. Damn, I've been drawing a blank on the name of this group. Galahad video. I called it a cosmogram, and I was like, bro, that's it. And it's just so perfect and sort of, it's just, a beautiful synergy of all these people. And like I said, it's happening everywhere. And
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I'm seeing within the sciences. I mean, there are lots of these figures, people like Bernardo Castro and Donald Hoffman, and a lot of these guys who are fighting for this kind of consciousness first interpretation of scientific findings, which is it's interesting. I mean, I definitely think that is an indication that the times are a changing. Harmonica solo insert, but anyway, nonetheless, I feel like I tend to have pretty much just as many disagreements with the consciousness first science guys as I have with the physicalist science guys. It's just they kind of turn it upside down. Like I very often, like with Donald Hoffman, for example, he loves this idea of like consciousness is a heads-up display, or like it's like a simulation. It's and the thing is, people hear that who don't really know much about the history of science and philosophy, and they're like, oh wow, that's a cool new way of thinking about things. And I hear that, and I'm like, yeah, that's Kant. He died like 250 years ago, actually. But it's Kant, and it's a really, really ugly way of interpreting Kant, because it's a way of interpreting Kant where it's like all you have access to is this screen, basically, this simulation that your mind is somehow cooking up for you, but you are your mind, but you're also making this depiction of the world that you don't have access to, but you have to depict it to you, even though you're the thing doing the depicting. It makes sense, I promise. I promise, it totally makes sense. But anyway, it's a way of looking at these things that it makes sense until you think about it for a minute, but it's also really poisonous. I would say it's actually very dangerous because it implies that we never actually access anything beyond our own like private subjectivity. Like I never get to know what the tea actually tastes like. I never get to know what anything in the world is actually like, because all I ever encounter is this kind of simulation that my brain is spitting out. And one of the main things I've been trying to push back against is that with swarm sticks, and that's kind of been my, like, if there's one axe I've been grinding, it's that. I think it's very important that we actually remain within a kind of metaphysical realism where it's like, no, it's not all just in our heads. Like, the world itself actually does have color and taste and emotion and meaning. Like, these things are actually out there, not just within this black box somewhere inside of us. Yeah.
Both things can be true, right? Like consciousness can be the ground in a yang sort of relationship with the material realm. Like I don't see how you remove one from the other, and even in the sense that if consciousness is the yin, let's say, and matter is the yang, they each contain the other within them. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know if that goes any way to like addressing what you're talking about, but I do get what you're saying though, because the ultimate consciousness idea is like if consciousness is the ground, then it does appear that if it was just that you could view whatever we're experiencing as like a heads-up display, but then that would ultimately be a very materialistic view of it, because then
Welcome to Pink Tobacco's Fantasyland, where pigs are
a simulation of it. And I don't believe that either. I believe there is an objectively existent world out there, and that we are bodies within it.
Well, I think this there's a temptation to fall into here, which is to see the physical as objective and the world of consciousness and experience and feeling as subjective, and so we use those words objective and subjective in such a way that it's like the physical is there for everybody. It's real for you and me, and it's there. And then the world of consciousness then, and this is why science doesn't like consciousness, it's why it likes to kind of sweep consciousness under the rug, because it has to account for the observer. But there's a problem there too, and it's like there's this temptation to say that, well, if the smell of the candle might be different for me and different for you, then there is no like reality to smell at all. That's just in our heads, and there's no reality to scent outside of us. That's what I'm actually trying to push back against here, and I'm really doing what Rudolf Steiner was trying to do with a lot of his work, which is to say that like just because there's variability here with the way that I might perceive something and the way you might perceive it, it's nonetheless the case that there is an objective reality there that is itself experiential, that itself is feeling effectively. But what makes it different than just like the properties of a physical surface is that is a reality that is multidimensional in a sense, right? The reason why something might look different to me than it does to you is because all of those possibilities are in there, in the thing. They're not just like fabricated by our minds to like give us something to look at. And that's my problem with people like Donald Hoffman and I think Bernardo Castro as well. I assume the Bernardo Castro fans in my audience will have a lot to say about that in the comments, but I'm pretty sure Castro would be with Hoffman on that. And I think there are a lot of people within the science world right now who are trying to step into this world of saying that consciousness is primary, but they're doing it in such a way that we end up locked inside of these prisons of subjectivity that we can't get out of. And I think it's a very real danger, just as much as it's a danger to see consciousness as just some kind of illusion spat out by meat computers or whatever the physicalist way of describing it is these days.
Well, then I guess you get into that thing too of like, can consciousness be simulated? I don't think so, but I agree with you on that, and I'm probably guilty of maybe just a little bit of hypocrisy because I don't know if my thinking is like completely in line with that idea, because I do come from this materialist background. I still kind of am like this. I'm kind of an empiricist because I've experienced this spiritual realm, so now that's part of my reality. So now that's real to me, and but I'm still stuck in those modes of like materialism, in the sense that like if there's a weird reason, if you smell the candle and I smell the candle and we're smelling something different, it means that there's something different about our sensors. It doesn't mean that the candle doesn't have a smell intrinsically. It just means that our molecular, we have a molecular scanner inside our nose that is just translating the information differently, in the same way that some people have a color blindness or whatever. Does that mean that green doesn't exist for that person if they can't see green? Well, no, I wouldn't say so. But again, it's like these are hard things to like to sort of think through to the to the end. But
well, maybe that's a better, a more foundational thing to kind of hammer on than would be empiricism, because
thing about consensus science kind of bugs me nowadays.
Right, and but then there's the other side of that too, which is that this idea within the more spiritualistic or esoteric circles that empiricism is bad or like not enough or something like that. And again, this is another way in which I consider myself to be carrying Rudolf Steiner's torch. Is when he really considered himself to be a die-hard empiricist because of the influence of Goethe, and it doesn't get more woo-woo than Rudolf Steiner, but nonetheless, he believed that like you should be able to see all of these things with your sensory faculties and supersensory faculties. He believed we have those too, but nonetheless, I think that's something very important to stick to. It's like we shouldn't just be accepting whatever ancient wisdom as necessarily true because the ancients said it and they were smart, so yeah, whatever. I mean, sometimes, yeah, in fact, a lot of the time, I think the ancients were definitely onto things that were extremely profound, but I also think it's a good idea to stick to your guns in that regard and really just be like, okay, that's cool, but I'll believe it when I see it, because if you do that, then you can start to piece things together and start to see like why. You can be like, okay, this is why the planets are the way they are, and this is why the zodiac is the way that it is. This is why this and that happened within the story of Christ, or whatever mythology you want to look at. I mean, it's all there is a very real underlying logic, and there's a very real there's a very real reality to these kind of spiritualistic processes in our world, and we can see them. We can see them with our own eyeballs, just the way that we can see the beauty in a painting or the sadness in a painting, or that we can hear it in music. I mean, these things are out there, and learning how to see them is not rejecting your experience and sinking into your own head, right? It's actually doing the opposite of that. It's actually learning to feel more deeply with our experiences and our senses.
Yeah, when you were saying that, like it just made me think of that was always my attitude about spirituality. Was like, I'll believe it when I see it, and then I saw it.
Right. Yeah.
And then once I saw it, literally every single thing looked different.
Oh yeah.
To me, that's like I'm still trying to get my brain around that process, the ultimate consequences of that, because and that was something I grew up hearing from my dad. My dad really liked to throw out these little quotes. One of them was, "When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change."
Yep.
And that's exactly it. I mean,
very true. Yeah.
And even like you use the butterfly analogy, and I've used that cocoon analogy a lot in my own thinking about these processes that we're all going through, and I want to make a video about this cocoon thing and how it relates to the ego. I can never look at a cocoon the same way, and I can never look at any of these things the same way. And now there's like this, instead of it just being a physical thing that I can look up the definition for and read about in the science book, like there's this sort of endless trail of correspondence and correlation that I now have access to that I just didn't even know existed. It is like an entire world of meaning that was just invisible to me as an atheist. And I guess that's the thing that still kind of
think, wait, am I talking about music or am I talking about metaphysics? And then I'll do the opposite, right? And it's the thing about music that is so absolutely incredible is that it really does, and we would have to talk for another 3 hours to really unpack this, but I mean, to just put it in a nutshell, I mean, the basic structure of music is the basic structure of consciousness. I mean, to put it really simply, like the basic dynamics of how a musical form grows and evolves and changes is how our inner emotional worlds do that as well, which is why we respond in the ways that we do. But it's also the way that like a cell becomes fertilized and then grows into an embryo, a blastula, and like I mean, it's all the same basic motifs just recurring in different ways over and over again, and that is just I mean, you just sit around and think about that for a minute, and you're just like, damn, like it's really incredible once you can see it, because again, like you said, like nothing is the same after that. It really changes everything. Yeah.
And I really love how you, in the formscape stuff, you sort of emphasize this relationship between the visible light spectrum and the musical scales, and because that is how I see the chart. It's like these are just the different aspects of what it means to be to exist, but it's just it's the chart is like what happens when you put the light through the prism. You see these apparently discrete things, that make up this white light. This occurred to me recently. Like, I don't get into the flat Earth stuff, but I did start to try to imagine, just to try to conceptualize existence, with space. If you're looking at the chart, it's like, space is on the right-hand side, matter is on the left-hand side. And you can imagine just this, like, you can look out into space and you can see what apparently is infinite space. I'm looking to the left side and I'm seeing like infinite matter, but it just because of gravity, it just happens to form into a sphere. But the way I was looking at it was more just about this thin, just like with the spectrum of visible light, it's just this razor thin part of the entire electromagnetic spectrum. The surface of the Earth becomes this razor thin, area where it's not too hot, it's not too cold, there's not too much space, there's not too much little space. It's this, kind of Goldilocks zone of where things can happen, where all this is happening. I started sort of correlating like that in the physical sense with light and then the music and vibration and all these things, and like I could just sort of explore that endlessly. I don't even know if I understand what it means necessarily, but it does seem to be like a representation of like the order, like whatever can exist can only exist in this narrow spectrum in terms of human existence. Like, I don't know about the spiritual side of things necessarily, but I suspect it's similar, and I think that's what human life is sort of. I do believe that we have an eternal existence in the spirit realm, and I have my own reasons for believing that from my experience, but it did strike me that just as with on Earth, Earth, this realm, you can call it a realm, is pretty unforgiving in a lot of ways. Too much heat, you die. Too much cold, you die. Not enough food, too much food, you die. And so it does appear to be pressing this lesson upon us that that there's a way that things have to be, and that if you were to look at if it's true that we have an eternal existence, which I believe it is, then on an infinite timeline, small mistakes become catastrophic on an infinite timeline. Like you might be aiming for this thing, but if you're just off by a degree, it's not going to matter in 6 months, but in 60 years it might hardware. If the software's wrong, we got a serious problem.
Yes, no, that's a very serious consideration because certainly in the past, that was like there was a one-to-one correlation there. Like if your culture could not produce psychologically and physically healthy human beings, it just died. That was it. I mean, you got like 1 or 2 generations to correct an error, and if you didn't, it was over. But now we got a lot more wiggle room to fuck everything up, unfortunately, or fortunately, as the case may be, because we have created a very unhealthy society in many ways, and yeah, I think this is our liquefying caterpillar in the chrysalis type moment, because it's in a lot of ways modern capitalism, modern global techno, whatever the hell you want to call it, is kind of serving that purpose. It is allowing a completely, it's serving as a cocoon. It's serving as something that can prevent our species from literally dying out as our culture goes through this breakdown so that it can reconfigure itself. And yeah, that's wild. Yeah, under normal circumstances, we would all be dead. Absolutely. Like, we would not have made it past the 20th century were it not for those fail-safes of things like, international trade and industrial production and things like that. Because, like, I mean, man, can you imagine taking, like, 150 people from, like, your local community and having them go, like, hey, survive in the wild, grow radishes, like, protect yourselves from wolves and raiders. Like, there's no way. Absolutely no way. But again, I think this is serving a purpose. It's serving a purpose because I think we're in the process potentially of the awakening of a kind of planetary spirituality. I think that's what's happening, and it's one that I think is going to have a very different relationship to the idea of human freedom, which is something that we actually see very scarcely in traditional cultures and traditional religions, but it's something that has become a very, very major theme since the birth of modernity, and I think there's good reasons for that. But yeah, I mean, that is a whole other rabbit hole, which we should totally get into at some point, but my brain is totally fried. I think maybe it would be time to start wrapping this up.
I agree. I gotta actually have to eat dinner. Slow down.
Yeah, I probably need to take care of myself as well. That's the thing I'm always neglecting to do, which is why I would not survive in the woods.
Well, I look forward to doing this again. And yeah, man, I love your stuff, and I'm tuning in as much as I can. And props to you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, thanks for coming on and chatting with me. And of course, I'll put a link to your channel and send me a link to your TikTok as well, because I have not even looked at that. And I'll put a link in the description.
There's a couple other videos up there that I've not put on my YouTube if you're curious. They're pretty short.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll totally check this out. Cool. All right. Well, we'll leave it at that. And yeah.
Welcome to a moment of calmness from One A Day. That's right, a calming moment from a vitamin brand. Wait, don't zone out yet. One A Day multivitamins help provide nutritional support for your well-being as part of a healthy lifestyle. Whether you're navigating a busy day or seeking quiet reflection, One A Day vitamins are here for you. Choose clarity. Choose wellness. Choose One A Day multivitamins. Science that matters for nutritional support. Grab your One A Day vitamins at your favorite retailer today.
Alright guys, so before launching into this, I want to go ahead and say that this video actually is sponsored for realsies this time by, once again, Gallo Glass Books. Now, they are doing a special pre-order sale right now for the book Giordano Bruno and the Hermetic Tradition by Francis A. Yates. So I don't have a physical copy of that, unfortunately, because it is still in pre-order, but it's $5 off if you go to their website. Links, of course, will be in the description and whatnot. I have read a little bit of the text in question here, and it's very interesting. It takes a very kind of mystical but very scholarly approach to Bruno's work in contextualizing Bruno's thoughts within Hermeticism and Kabbalah and esoteric Christianity and things like that. And in this video, we're going to be looking at Bruno kind of more within the context of the evolution of Western ontology and metaphysics. So thank you once again to Gallo Glass Books, of course. Links are in the description. And to the video. Good morning, afternoon, or whatever, ladies and gentlemen. How are you doing? So if you're looking for the third installment of my series of videos, which is allegedly about John Gebser's text, The Ever-Present Origin, fear not, for that is on the way and should be done within a week or so. But today, we're going to be doing something a little bit different. We're going to be taking a slight, kind of, sort of detour and talking about the Renaissance Hermeticist Giordano Bruno. Now, I say slight, kind of, sort of detour because the story of Giordano Bruno, and particularly the way that he developed a cosmology in contrast to medieval Christian Aristotelianism, is actually a story that fits in very nicely with the story that I've been telling thus far within that Ever-Present Origin series. So we are going to be coming back to Bruno's ideas within that context, but today we're going to be looking at Bruno's work specifically because there's a lot to talk about here, and this is a great way not only to illustrate the medieval Aristotelian cosmology and the way that Bruno would begin to diverge from it, but also the way in which divergences from medieval Aristotelianism would result in the development of some very specific and some very crucial new ideas that would come into play during the Renaissance, which would lay the groundwork for modernity. So we're going to start off here by talking about some context. Now, within the Renaissance period, there was already a very growing movement of Hermeticism, which was already in a very tense, if not adversarial, relationship with the doctrines of the Catholic Church. The Hermeticists believed that they were kind of archaeologists of esotericism. They believed that they were investigating a perennial cosmological and metaphysical tradition which had its origins in ancient Egypt, and that this cosmology, this metaphysics, was then sent through the Greeks, through Plato and Aristotle, and eventually would make its way into Christianity. These guys put a lot of emphasis on ancient history. They believed that the more ancient wisdom was that which was more authentic and more true. One of the most important figures in this whole narrative was, of course, Hermes Trismegistus, as the name Hermeticism implies, and it was generally presumed that Hermes Trismegistus was an actual historical figure, and in fact there was a lot of debate during this time as to when exactly Hermes Trismegistus might have lived, because it was believed that he lived either before or shortly after or even contemporaneous with Moses. And so there's this connection that's being made there between the biblical tradition and the Hermetic tradition that was very important to these Hermeticists. They were certainly Christians in a very general sense, but these were Christians who saw Christianity within the context of this kind of perennial wisdom project and didn't necessarily see the wisdom of Christianity as something that was simply bestowed by the church, let's say. Giordano Bruno was born in 1548, and as a child he would be sent to an Augustinian monastery in Naples to begin his education.
as a young man in his early 20s, he became known for his very preternatural memory capabilities. And in fact, at a certain point, he was actually sent to Pope Pius V to demonstrate these extraordinary memory capabilities. And
choose to follow your instincts. Every Mazda is designed to feel like it was made just for you.
I wake up. And in his 20s, Giordano Bruno was already getting himself into trouble. He was accused of recommending controversial books to a student. He was accused of defending the Arian heresy, and he was accused of having a copy of Erasmus's works, which were banned. And eventually, this would really just culminate in Bruno having a vehemently anti-Aristotelian stance, which would put him in a very awkward position with regards to the Catholic Church, needless to say. Giordano Bruno was, much like myself, a person of a terminally rebellious disposition, but really, Giordano Bruno himself didn't see it that way. He saw himself as an adherent of this perennial wisdom tradition that had been there all along. In a sense, he saw himself as more pious than his Aristotelian adversaries. But despite this, there's still a sense in which Bruno's cosmology would be radically novel, not just in relation to the church Aristotelianism, but in relation to the Neoplatonic tradition as a whole. And that novelty is, I believe, what is most significant here. So then, why exactly did Bruno take such issue with Catholic Aristotelianism? Now, he himself would have said that the Catholic Aristotelians were simply out of step with this perennial Hermetic wisdom, but I think there's something deeper going on here. And in order to understand that, I want us to actually first look at the nominalist movement, which occurred before Bruno during the 13th century. So the nominalists were a group of medieval scholastic Christian philosophers who also kind of set themselves up in opposition to Aristotelianism. So first, what we need to do here is take a look at Aristotelianism, and particularly the Christian interpretation of Aristotelianism. Now, the way that we are taught this within a kind of philosophy 101 sort of setting goes something like this. We're told that Plato believed that the forms existed in this completely independent reality, this Platonic heaven, which was completely disconnected from nature, that the forms simply exist in themselves as these pristine, unmoving, eternal objects, and they're just kind of there, in a sense. Then we're told that Aristotle kind of differentiates himself from Plato, in that Aristotle tells us that forms only are real insofar as they are instantiated in matter. So this way of explaining all this is a problem for a number of reasons. It glosses over a whole bunch of things, but the primary thing with regards to Aristotle that's being glossed over here is that Aristotle doesn't say that forms only exist in matter. Aristotle says that forms only exist in substance, and there is a distinction here. Substance and matter are not the same for Aristotle. For Aristotle, matter is what Plato calls the cora. It is the receptacle. It is the groundless ground, as Eckhart would describe it. It is this kind of formless darkness within which reality, within which nature can come to be generated. It is understood to be this kind of inert, pure potentiality, as it were. And then you have that potentiality of formlessness contrasted with the actuality of form. So materiality then is understood to be a kind of corporeal substance. It is a means by which the form of psyche is able to conjugate with the formlessness of the prima materia such that you have this interpenetration of potentiality and actuality. But then you have psychical substance, and it is possible within the Aristotelian framework to have beings that are composed entirely of psychical substance. This is how the Aristotelians viewed the celestial spheres and angels. They believed that for beings composed entirely of psychical substance, there was no distance, as it were, between potentiality and actuality. So here we need to keep in mind that the forms are also, in a sense, ideals. So if we look at the human organism, for example, we could say that the human psyche consists of an entirely idealized version of the human being, but because of this embodiment within the prima materia, this darkness or formlessness or indeterminacy that is inherent within matter, there's always this kind of gap, as it were, between the ideal and the real. We are never perfect mirror images of the ideal that is represented by the world of psyche. But for entities that are consisting entirely of psychical substance, such as the celestial spheres or angels or what have you, there is no such distance because there is no intermixing with the pora, with the prima materia, with that darkness. That isn't present anymore. It's just psychical substance, and therefore these beings essentially are their own ideals in a sense. There's no gap between potentiality and actuality. They are pure actuality. So substance for Aristotle is not matter. Materiality is a kind of substantiality, but substance in itself is rather ousia. And ousia is understood to be the particularity of an immanent thing. It is the conjugation of whatever forms and potentially matter might come together to form the identity of something. So an Aristotelian could say that an angel, for example, even though immaterial, is nonetheless substantial insofar as its substance consists in a particular conjugation of psyche, a particular coalescence of forms that make it real. So in other words, the realness of something is the particular coalescence, the particular concrescence, we could say, of forms into something that can then exist, can persist as an independent being. Now, what's most significant here is the way in which this Aristotelian doctrine of ousia is going to have implications for identity and for freedom. And to illustrate this, I want to take kind of a weird example, an example from the Malleus Maleficarum, the Hammer of Witches, published during the late 15th century. Now, there's a very interesting part of this text which really illustrates what the implications of ousia actually are. It's a discussion about the purported ability for witches to transform into animals. And the text tells us that this isn't actually possible, that when witches seem to be transforming into foxes or goats or what have you, that this is simply an illusion created by the devil. And the argument that's put forward here for why this is not actually possible, why it is not actually possible for a human being to actually physically transform into an animal is very illustrative of what the broader implications of ousia actually are. So the text tells us that this transmortification must be illusory because of the way in which the identity, the ousia of a living being, is necessarily a particular conjugation of psyche and corporeality.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
So a horse, for example, is a horse insofar as its psyche consists of the forms which together constitute horseness. That's what makes the horse what it is. The psyche consists of the forms which then inform matter. So, in other words, if I were to transform into a horse, that would necessarily imply that my human psyche was substituted for horse psyche. And if that were to occur, then I would essentially just cease to exist. My substantiality, my being, is a particular coalescence of psyche and corporeality. And if you change that, then you don't have the same ousia anymore. You don't have the same substantiality. I would essentially cease to exist if I were to actually do something like that. So now I want us to think about what exactly this doctrine of ousia then implies about human freedom. With regards to the transmorgification of witches, what's being stated here is that there's no extra thing, no immaterial soul, as it were, which exists independently of psyche and corporeality, which those things adhere within. The human soul is rather just a particular constellation of those things. There's nothing else, as it were, behind that in such a way that the psyche and corporeality can be changed while leaving a particular identity intact. Now, this might all seem rather counterintuitive, right? When we think of medieval Christianity, we tend to think that these people certainly believed in an immaterial soul. But what we need to keep in mind here is that within this context, what is meant by the immateriality of the human soul is simply the possibility of the dematerialization of the human psychical substance. So, in other words, it's possible for a human being to exist as kind of like how an angel would, as pure psychical substance where there is no longer any kind of distance between potentiality and actuality. So, in other words, it would be fully idealized. However, if you stripped away the psyche from the human being, there would be nothing left over. There's no other thing which lacks properties, which lacks forms, which then serves as kind of a medium which the psyche and the corporeality adhere within. So before returning to the nominalists and then Giordano Bruno, I want us to take a little bit of a tangent here. I want us to look at what this metaphysics actually implies about the Christian notion of salvation. And in particular, what I want us to look at here is salvation in terms of the kingdom of heaven, the way in which the earth is said to eventually come to a point where it has been fully redeemed, fully elevated, so as to become the new Jerusalem, the body of Christ and such. So as we've already begun to see, this Aristotelian Christian conception is one within which the fallenness of the bodily realm is its materiality. The fallenness of the living human organism is its participation in the pure potentiality of the cora, of the receptacle, the prima materia, this underlying darkness which ensures a distance between the ideal and the real, between potentiality and actuality. And so when we look up to the angels and the heavens, the celestial spheres, we see pure psyche, pure psychical substance without any such darkness. Psyche which has been completely divorced, in other words, from the Great Mother, as Plato referred to her. So really think about this for a moment. What would this salvation of the earth actually imply? What would it mean for the earth to become the new heaven on earth, the kingdom of heaven? Well, what it seems to imply is a complete dematerialization of the earth, as though the psychical realm of pure
of its materiality, purify its darkness, its indeterminacy, its mere apparentness, such that there is nothing left but the ideal, the determinate. Now, what's interesting here is that we can see a direct continuity between what's going on here within this Aristotelian Christian notion of ultimate idealness and salvation and what we see in techno-scientific capitalism and physicalism. Remember how Heidegger tells us the way in which the process of enframing kind of strips away the being from the world. It is essentially a kind of dematerialization of living reality. There is a kind of darkness within the very aliveness of the living world. There is always indeterminacy, unpredictability. There is always the hiddenness of that which is in the world, and this project of framing, this kind of techno-capitalistic way of engaging with the world, you have this will to dematerialize the world, to strip away all of that darkness, as it were, such that the only thing left is the mechanized. The only thing left is that which is a representation of ideals, of mental objects, which human beings have come up with. It is a way of grasping onto the world in order to render it less threatening, in a sense, to make it into something that we have complete control over by making it into something that is fully present, as it were, for the scrutiny of the human ego. So even though on the face of it, it might seem that medieval Christian Aristotelianism and techno-scientific capitalism are diametrically opposed to one another, there is nonetheless a common thread that unites both, and that common thread is, in a sense, the disavowal of the bodily. The medieval Aristotelians saw themselves as having taken the high ground on this issue. Roman Christianity itself kind of defined itself in contrast to Gnosticism, which it saw as vehemently anti-bodily. The Gnostics were seen as oriented towards this kind of transcendence which completely disavowed the bodily world, but we can see here that even within medieval Aristotelian Christianity, this kind of ambivalence towards corporeality is still there. It's just less obvious than it was within Gnosticism. In many ways, Christianity at its very core is a promise of redemption through reconciliation of the earthly and heavenly realms, reconciliation of the bodily and the psychical. And yeah, we can see here within this Aristotelian doctrine that even in medieval Christianity, this reconciliation is still incomplete. One of the primary ways in which it remains incomplete, I would argue, is in terms of human freedom. And so we've already begun to see the way in which this Aristotelian form of Christianity puts human freedom in this kind of weird spot. We are just kind of compelled by whatever our psychical substance happens to be, because there's nothing behind that which can steer the ship independently of psyche, as it were. So this, I believe, is going to be the primary motivator for the nominalists and for Giordano Bruno. So here we should begin by talking about what the nominalists are actually arguing for. So what they're saying is that there is no psychical substance, really. There are no forms which kind of dictate us from the heavenly realm. Rather, the forms are just ideas. They're just categories or generalizations, names, which our minds concoct, as it were, in order to make sense of the world around us. The ideas, then, that we see in the world are ideas within the mind of God, but there is no psychical substance which dictates our behaviors. Now, the nominalists themselves are not necessarily going to put it this way. They're not necessarily going to frame this issue in terms of human freedom, but rather in terms of the freedom of God. The argument they're going to make is essentially that within the Aristotelian cosmos, God is limited by the Now, I don't really think that this line of reasoning is entirely forthcoming. I don't think that this is the actual underlying motivation for the nominalists. As I've already stated, I think this has much more to do with human freedom. And part of the reason for that is simply that the argument that is being made here in terms of the freedom of God is very easy to counter from the Aristotelian perspective. So, within the Aristotelian cosmology, God is the unmoved mover. It is kind of like the ultimate ideal, the meta ideal, the meta form, as it were, the form of formedness. And therefore, it is the most basic kind of actuality that pre-exists everything. And it's also the condition for the possibility of all the other forms, because all the other forms kind of unfold out of that central cosmic unmoved mover, that proteusia, as Aristotle would call it. So to say that the forms limit God in some sense is not a very compelling argument. I don't think if you're looking at this from the Aristotelian perspective, because really it's the unity and necessity of God that is primary, and then the necessity that we see within all the other forms is derivative from the necessity of God. But if we look at this issue in terms of human freedom, then this whole nominalist thing starts to make a lot more sense. By rendering the world of psyche as a world of mere ideas, mere categories or generalizations which are created by minds, then suddenly there is no world of psychical necessity which is imposing itself upon the human being. There's now this kind of unmediated relationship between the freedom of the human being and the freedom of God. So the nominalist movement in itself is then going to set the stage for scientific empiricism, a worldview within which we don't encounter any forms in the world at all, but rather ideas, universal generalizations are all within the human being and then imposed onto our experience as a way in which the human mind is able to make sense of the world. Rather, what we encounter beyond us, what the world itself actually consists in, or at least what nature itself actually consists in, will be entirely sensory, entirely physical or corporeal. This worldview is then going to raise some very serious problems. If psyche is something that is entirely within the human being and not in the world, then that raises the question of how we can have any kind of universal or general knowledge whatsoever. What can we actually say epistemologically about something like a Newtonian law of motion if such a law of nature is not psyche, but also not something physical which we can actually encounter with our sensory organs? And so this issue is then going to culminate in Humean skepticism, which then will set the stage for the advent of Immanuel Kant's transcendental idealism, but that's going to be a story for later on. For now, what we're going to do is we're going to look at a very different way of dealing with this issue that fundamentally, I believe, is the friction between the very Christian need for human moral agency and, ironically, Christian medieval Aristotelianism. And that alternative way of navigating this friction is going to be what we're going to see here in the works of Giordano Bruno. So Bruno did not accept the Aristotelian doctrine of ousia, but nor was he a nominalist. He certainly didn't believe that psyche consisted entirely of generalizations produced by the mind that didn't actually exist in the world independently of us. Instead, Bruno's ontology is going to be rooted in this notion of monads. Now, this notion of the monad is something you might be familiar with within Neoplatonic ideology. The monad is essentially considered to be God. The monad takes on this role as the ultimate unmoved mover, the form of all forms, the form of unity itself, which is believed to lie at the heart of all reality. Now, because of that, it might initially seem that Bruno is using this term monad in a very different way than the Neoplatonists, but he didn't see it that way. Bruno's cosmology consisted of an infinite number of monads, but each monad was understood to be an enactment or instantiation of the cosmic monad, the world soul, you could say, or simply God. Each monad is understood to be something that really lacks properties in itself, in a sense. It does not consist of a particular configuration of psyche, nor is it corporeal necessarily. Rather, the monad consists entirely of pure self-determination, in a sense, pure freedom, pure unity. So what this implies is that for Bruno, there actually is something which underlies the psychical and the corporeal within the ontology of the human being. The monad essentially serves almost as a kind of third category of being, which is neither matter nor psyche, and therefore it's something that psyche and materiality can actually adhere within. We as monads actually can steer the ship, as it were, in a way that we're not necessarily determined or compelled or directed by the contents of our psyche in a way that goes beyond our capacity for self-determination. So this essentially amounts to a kind of animism in which Bruno believed that all things, including material things, including what would appear to be inanimate physical objects and angels and everything else, consisted of these monads. But this puts human beings in a very unique position here, actually. If each monad is an instantiation, a spark, as he says, of the cosmic soul, then most monads, those that adhere within angels or animals or rocks or mountains or what have you, are going to lack a kind of independence. They're all going to be really just instances of the cosmic mind without there being any kind of self-delineation, as it were, such that each monad has its own independent identity. So this would seem to put human beings in a very interesting position. At some deep fundamental level, it may be that we are parts of the cosmic soul or instances of the cosmic soul, but at another level, we have a kind of independent individuality which we feel to be separate from the cosmos, even if we are unified with it. And so this is a topic that Bruno himself is not really going to bear down on in the way that later philosophers will, philosophers who will develop this much more concrete, much more explicit understanding of subjectivity as such. And here I'm referring primarily to this thread that we see moving through Descartes and then Kant and then Fichte, etc. And that's really going to be one of the main points that we're going to be looking at in the next video. Nonetheless, I believe that Bruno's monadology should be seen as a kind of precursor of these more explicit notions of pure subjectivity, subjectivity as such, or pure self-reflectivity, which are going to become so important later on in this quest for human freedom. Bruno's entire cosmology can be understood as a kind of metaphysics of liberation. In contrast, the Aristotelian worldview is one in which the universe is a kind of closed system of concentric spheres, and the Earth is the lowest, most densified, most fallen layer of that hierarchy. So we here on Earth are in a kind of cosmic prison. We are undergoing a kind of cosmic penance for our fallenness, for the fallenness of Adam, for the affront to God, which is our sinfulness, our materiality. Bruno's cosmology, conversely, is one of infinite creative power. Bruno was a heliocentrist in a time in which that was a bit frowned upon, and moreover, he saw the stars themselves as distant suns. And this was a very radical idea. Bruno believed that every star was a living thing, and that when we looked up at the sky, we were seeing the infinite expanse of God's creative power. So what this implies is that for Bruno, the material world is not fallen in the same way that it is within Aristotelian cosmology. Bruno didn't see the prima materia or cora as this source of moral reprehensibility, this kind of source of all evil and darkness. Rather, Bruno saw the prima materia as this source of infinite creative power. It essentially served as the raw material from which the monads were able to actually participate in the process of cosmic creativity. Giordano Bruno was by no means whatsoever the only pre-modern thinker to come into conflict with the Catholic Church, but it was this, his rejection of original sin, which would cross a line. He would be tried for heresy, turned over to secular authorities, and ultimately burned at the stake in the year 1600. In terms of his legacy, Bruno is often regarded as a kind of martyr for freedom of thought. Sometimes he's even depicted as a kind of martyr for science, though ironically those who depict him in this way tend to gloss over the fact that he was actually a martyr for esoteric science, if anything. The story of Giordano Bruno is often trotted out by scientismic apologetics, at least insofar as his death is able to serve certain ideological narratives, but of course no heed is paid whatsoever to his actual ideas. Bruno's cosmology within the narratives of modern science is regarded as essentially no more than a quirky curiosity of the Renaissance. Ultimately, however, I believe that Giordano Bruno's ideas are actually very important. I see his cosmology as an incomplete, though very well-developed intimation of the possibility of a truly esoteric science. And in the 21st century, I believe that we have all of the tools that we could ever need for actually developing this worldview into a truly rigorous and scientific understanding of nature. Perhaps something akin to what Terence McKenna would have called an ecology of souls. Thanks for watching.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now, and the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products, and we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, go to Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, what up, Seekers? Welcome back. This week we're going to be exploring the life, the legend, and legacy of the Renaissance mystery, Giordano Bruno. Giordano Bruno was a man who mastered the art of memory, and yet the memory he left behind is shrouded and wrapped in layers of mystery. There is little consensus on who Giordano Bruno was. The Catholic Church saw him as an impenitent, pertinacious, and obstinate heretic. In the 17th century, he was a kindred spirit amongst libertines, Rosicrucians, and other unorthodox thinkers. To the German philosophers of the 18th and 19th century, Goethe, Jacobi, Schelling, Hegel, and the English Coleridge, he was a pantheist, an idealist, an Enlightenment hero, a predecessor. In the 19th century, science historians saw him as an early proponent of atomic theory and modern cosmology. In 19th century Italy, he was raised as a hero to the anti-clerical revolutionary Risorgimento movement, as a humanist, as a symbol of rebellion and the freedom of thought, along with the 19th century Italian scholars catching Bruno mania, as his intrigue became de rigueur among cultured Italian intellectuals. The Theosophists in the 19th century saw him as one of their own, with their founding women claiming to be his reincarnation. In the 1960s, the historians Francis Yates and D.P. Walker painted him as a Hermeticist magician and mystic, situating him squarely among the alchemists, Gnostics, Neoplatonists, occultists, and religious reformers of the Renaissance. In 1991, John Bosse even proposed that he was a spy engaged in espionage for the Queen of England. In 1997, Karen Sylvia de Leon Jones argued a fringe position that he was a believing and practicing Kabbalist. In 1999, Hilary Gatti, a historian of science, made the case that he was a scientist. In 2002, Farinella and Preston deduced that he was in fact a mathematician. Ingrid Rowland, in 2008, following the lead of Giovanni Acquilaccia, presented Bruno the philosopher, with a nuanced eye to the internal interplay between philosophy, theology, and poetry in his writings. And most recently, in 2014, to the eyes of millions of viewers, Neil deGrasse Tyson, in collaboration with Seth MacFarlane and National Geographic, animated Bruno as a scrawny astronomer and cosmologist. So, a heretic, a theologian, a spy, a pantheist, a scientist, a revolutionary, freethinker, humanist, rationalist, philosopher, mathematician, poet, magician, and occultist, Kabbalist, Hermeticist. Who was this guy? Bruno has been called a pioneer who roused Europe from its long intellectual sleep, one of the most adventurous thinkers of the Renaissance, the patron saint of every Italian who hates the Catholic Church, one of the most evil men that the earth has ever borne, a symbol of stubborn defiance in a society better known for its conformity, one of the great figures of early modern Europe, and one of the least understood, a precursor of modern civilization, a man of infinite knowledge, brave and brilliant, the outstanding philosopher of the Renaissance, one of the mighty, one of those strange, incomprehensible pioneer geniuses who lived centuries before their time. History has not yet registered a stable appraisal for Giordano Bruno, wrote Giorgio di Santillana. Let us together explore that instability. One thing that everyone can agree on is that Bruno was killed by the Catholic Church, martyred for his beliefs. Immortalized in bronze, his statue in Campi di Fiori, the Field of Flowers, a square in the center of Rome. The square where he was burnt alive still stands as a testimony to his cruel death, after having spent the better half of a decade languishing in an Inquisition prison cell, subject to severe interrogation, most probably torture. The man who so loved the fields, the woods, the streams, imprisoned underground, with hardly any food, no books, and no writing material, is itself a form of torture for a man of that nature. The Freemason Ettore Ferrari sculpted the monument to Bruno, which was erected in 1889 through the efforts of a group of Roman students, soon after the unification of Italy and its establishment as a secular republic, overthrowing the papal rule of Rome. A gesture that so infuriated the Vatican that in the late 1920s it lobbied Mussolini for its removal. Mussolini declined. For the students of a new Italy and a newly independent Rome, the statue was meant to prove that ideas can and must prevail over the attempts by authority to stifle them, writes Roland. At the base of the statue is inscribed the words, "To Bruno, from the generation he foresaw, here where the fire burns." Echoing the words of Bruno, take comfort, the time will come when all people will see as I do. But the question of why Bruno was killed, and for which of his beliefs he was martyred, yields no further consensus. 4 centuries after he went up in flames, it is still not clear why, a question which scholars have devoted years and 300-page books to try answering, and still remains a mystery. One of the reasons for the difficulty in answering this question is because of the lack of documents from Bruno's extensive trial by the Venetian and then Roman Inquisition. Here is the mysterious story of the missing documents, one of the most high-profile execution cover-ups in the history of the Catholic Church. For close to 300 years, there was no documentary confirmation of the killing of Bruno by the Church, and the Church denied it. Bill Kunz writes, "For centuries, rumor and doubt shrouded the terrible fire in Campo di Fiore, and as late as 1885, there are references to the legends of Bruno's burning at the stake." While Bruno mania was sweeping Italy in the 19th century, Catholic apologists rose to the Church's defense, denying that Bruno had been executed. It was only in the 1860s, thanks to the work of Domenico Berti, that historical documentation proving the savage fact was found. But how, asked Berti, is it possible that a burning that took place in a public square in the middle of the day with a large crowd of onlookers was not mentioned in any local chronicles, nor any trace of the savage fact, as he calls it, in in the letters that his important friends exchanged in the hours and days following the event. Was the terroristic power of the Inquisition such to leave speechless the thousands and thousands of Catholics gathered in that year in Rome for the Jubilee of 1600? Asked Bertie. In what reads like a real-life Dan Brown mystery novel of murder and cover-ups at the highest levels of power, Bertie, in 1868, recounts his hunting for and the finding of the documents. Let me give you the short version. So, just to get the timeline straight, Bruno's trial for heresy by the Roman Inquisition began in 1593. 6 years later, on the 14th of January, 1599, the Vatican approved a list of 8 heretical propositions from Bruno's writings. On the 20th of January, 1600, after years of trial, imprisonment, and torture, Bruno was declared a heretic. All along, the proceedings were being carefully documented and recorded. This was no back alley hitch-up. This was the Catholic Church's Inquisition. Everything was written down. 12 years later, the Vatican Secret Archive was formed, the place where the documentation of Bruno's trial would eventually end up. But this documentation was kept secret, and its existence was denied to anyone outside the Catholic Church for over 250 years. Fast forward to Italy in the 1840s and 50s, where the newly formed Roman Republic was taking shape. The thought leaders, the brains behind the new republic, were in dire search for Bruno's documents as much as they were in search for the values with which they could unite Italy, both to cultivate their own internal identity and to make clear who their enemy was. In a desperate attempt, the short-lived Republic of 1849, that lasted all of 146 days, sent Giacomo Manzoni, their finance minister, to search the Vatican secret archives for these papers. He found their information and documentation pertaining to Bruno, but nothing that shed light on the trial and verdict itself. 2 decades later, following the proclamation of the unification of Italy in 1861, in papal defeat, the documents were published for the first time by the then Minister of Education, Domenico Berti, in 1868, bringing an end to 250 years of silence. But all that was published was documentation confirming the execution of Bruno, itself important, but nothing of the actual trial proceedings or the actual accounts of heresy that he was charged for. So, the story continues. At the close of the 19th century, Pope Leo XIII, struggling to restore the papacy's tattered reputation, took the bold initiative of opening the Vatican archives to researchers, but, not wanting discussion of Bruno to destroy what he was trying to mend, he skirted the documentation of Bruno's trial aside, along with some other incendiary documents, into his personal, private archive. Then, in 1969, something rather shocking about the documents came to light. Something that had happened in the 1800s. So, it turns out that besides for kidnapping a pope, Napoleon also raided the Vatican archives in 1810, taking back over 3,000 cases of documents with him to France. And on our way back to the Vatican in 1816, many of the documents were considered useless and were destroyed in sold as waste paper or were simply lost in transit. As was published in the 1969 volume of the Carte Segreti Journal, Mario Martini, charged by the Pope, Pope Pius VII, with bringing those treasures, the looted documents, back to Rome, did not doubt in considering the trials of the Holy Office useless, and did not hesitate to break them into tiny pieces, immersing them afterwards in water to macerate them, and sold them to a Parisian cardboard factory, receiving 4,300 francs, a large sum indicating how much paper was sold. Also, by the way, a convenient story for the Vatican, I'm sure. Oh, you're looking for that file about a guy that you think we killed? Yeah, it must have been one of those documents that were stolen by Napoleon. We're so sorry we can't confirm that motive for you. But even if the trial proceedings against Bruno were lost, and let's be honest, who knows if they actually were, word started spreading that one document still existed, which was the summary of the trial against Giordano Bruno, a thematic index of Bruno's final judgment in Rome. And sure enough, after 15 years of searching for it, Cardinal Angelo Mersati, a prefect of the Vatican Library, found the summary document on the 15th of November 1940, and 2 years later it was published for the public with an accompanying introduction. It would take a while to find the document, considering that the archives have 53 miles or 85 kilometers of shelving, brimming with 16 million pages worth of documentation, dating back well over 1,000 years. With a catalog system so hopelessly inadequate, it alone bestowed the name secret upon the archive. Why did the Vatican publish the summary after all those years of keeping it secret? It's a good question, and it's one we're not sure the answer to. It's another mystery along the list, and unfortunately, part of the research of Bruno has a lot of unsolved mysteries which we're just going to have to accept or try find answers to. But unfortunately, even this precious document, the summary of the trial, didn't give us a full list of the heresies Bruno was accused of, never mind the record of his 16 interrogations. So the question, as Roland asks, still stands. The church made Bruno a martyr, but a martyr for what? Historians, professional and amateur alike, continue to argue passionately about what it was exactly that constituted Bruno's heresy. While during the 18th and 19th centuries, Bruno was painted as a proto-scientist and proto-enlightenment philosopher who was put to death by the church for his cosmological opinions about the infinite size of the universe, his insistence on the belief in other planets, possibly even populated ones, and the non-centrality of planet Earth, making him known almost singularly as a martyr for science and free inquiry. Most historians are of the opinion today that Bruno was mainly found to be a heretic for his religious beliefs and not his scientific ones, that he was burnt for his theology and not his cosmology. The narrative of Bruno as a religious heretic and not a martyr for science is conveniently adopted by the various Catholic encyclopedias, looking to downplay the narrative of the Church's suppression of free thought and science. They would rather us believe that Bruno was killed purely for his theological stances against the Catholic Church, specifically his doubting of the doctrine of the Trinity and the personhood of God, his mocking of the divinity of Jesus and the virginity of Mary, his questioning of the Catholic doctrine of transubstantiation, and his belief that all of creation would ultimately be reconciled and forgiven by God, including the devil himself. And that's a denial of just about every core tenet of Christianity, definitely enough to get one killed back in the 1500s. And in good humor, in responses to his charges of heresy, Bruno maintained that he still had an object of awe and cause of great wonder. In the words of an accuser, he marvels at how many heresies God tolerates amongst the Catholics. But it's not just the Catholics. Historians likewise argue for this position quite vociferously. They argue that Bruno could not have been charged on account of supporting and furthering scientific models of the universe, particularly that of Copernicus, with the sun, not Earth, at its center, because they say that at the time that Bruno was burnt, Copernicus's heliocentricity, his belief that the sun was the middle of the universe, was not even a heresy. Thus, both the Catholic encyclopedias and the historian Yates concur respectively that Bruno was not condemned for his defense of the Copernican system of astronomy, nor for his doctrine of the plurality of inhabited worlds. That's the Catholic encyclopedia. And the legend that Bruno was persecuted as a philosophical thinker, was burnt for his daring views on innumerable worlds or on the movement of the earth, can no longer stand. Yates. However, just to keep things from getting too cold here, a minority but vocal opinion argues that the romantics who saw Bruno as a martyr for science and freedom of thought were actually onto something. Just now the case can be made with good research and not just wishful thinking. And just in case you thought I was kidding about how vociferous this debate has become, Hilary Gatti, in her rebuttal to Yates, writes, Yates failed to understand the sense of Bruno's trial. The few pages dedicated to it in her book are among the least satisfactory and the most confused. And instead, Gatti proposes that the real issue at stake, excuse the pun, was about free thought and the right of the philosopher to pursue an inquiry touching on the same subjects as those considered by the theologian. And more on the scientific side, in a case made more recently by Alberto Martinez, Martinez argued that Bruno was indeed put to death for his scientific and cosmological views, specifically his belief in the infinity of the cosmos, in the decentrality of planet Earth, in the centralessness of the universe, in the belief that the sun was just another star, and that every star we saw was a sun of its own, with its own orbiting planets, with their own potential for life and habitation. Remarkably in line, by the way, with our modern cosmological models of the universe, far more than Copernicus, who still hung on to much of the Ptolemaic scheme, believing that the universe was spherical, with the sun unmoving at its center, with the planets moving on concentric spheres around it, and that the stars were mere motionless, unorbited luminaries twinkling on a sphere in the sky. But truth be told, this dichotomy between theology and cosmology, religion and science, was probably entirely foreign to Bruno himself. It's actually quite clear from his thought that there was no split the scientist, and Bruno the philosopher, Bruno the theologian, and Bruno the poet. In his writings, they seamlessly blend into one intricate, infinite cacophony, a mix of ecstasy, argumentation, abstraction, and deduction, a disjointed unity, while grasping for the infinitely large and the infinitesimally small. In good mystical fashion, Bruno, the rambunctious philosopher of the infinite, presents us with a holistic vision, with no parts separate from one another. Exactly as he envisioned reality itself, did his work reflect a unified, messy, beautiful whole. This mirror image between the expression of Bruno's thinking and the ontological reality as he conceived it is a beautiful achievement which we shall touch on later on in the video. For all of you that were here for the last part of the series, for our video on John Scotus Original, you can now appreciate this theme of a parallel or demonstrative expression of thought and reality, epistemology and ontology, and just wait till we get to Hegel to see that taken to a whole new level. Back to our subject at hand. We see in Bruno the seamless blending of all human thought, so defining of that Renaissance moment, in his heroic blending of genre and methodology. Example number one is his immense ontological treatise titled On the Immense, which is written largely in epic verse. He's speculating here alongside Lucretius, Copernicus, Galileo, Kepler, Newton, and Einstein, but he does so in the form of a poem. Try submitting something like that today to a contemporary scientific journal. And this to many is what is so remarkable and terrifying about Bruno. As much as he had to say about science and the nature of the natural universe, and as much as his pronouncements proved right, even if it took us a few hundred more years to confirm them with observation and mathematics, by his methodology alone, by his way of deducing his propositions, Bruno was no scientist. And this is not a knock on Bruno. This is incredible. Bruno reached his conclusions about the universe, its infinity and relativity, through abstract contemplation alone. Unlike Galileo, Bruno did not have the gift for complex calculation or meticulous empirical observation, but in almost every case he went further than Copernicus and Galileo, without telescopes and without mathematics, getting there via other modes of observation, via philosophy, and via his own mystical experiences, wherein he experienced the infinite united expanses of reality, and learned something true about the nature of the universe, which had to wait for Newton and Einstein to do the hard work of proving empirically. Bruno was a mystic and a visionary who substituted geometry with poetry and trigonometry with non-Trinitarian theology. And he had reached a level of certainty and confidence in his conclusions that he was willing to stake his life in it, and he did. More foolhardiness, perhaps, or courage than one may have were they staking their lives on pure mathematical equations or even on empirical observations. If this is sounding like some anti-science rhetoric, you've misunderstood me. Let it be said for the record that we here at Seekers of Unity are very pro the scientific method. We're simply trying to highlight that exquisite, ill-understood part of human thinking that we call intuition, hunch, the sense that we know something to be true before the work has been done to prove it so. The magic where most, if not all, good science and good human thinking in general must begin. And if the slow, methodological, rational, or empirical work is done and shows our intuitions to be false, we roundly and swiftly throw them in the trash where all disproven hunches should go. Bruno's intuition, luckily, happens to have been astonishingly correct, and hundreds of years before its time. What was Bruno's theo-philosophico-poetico-scientific conviction that gave him enough courage to stare down the Vatican, the Pope, Catholic Church, and half of Europe, all the way until his very last moments, the strength to turn his face away from the crucifix held up to his lips while the flames licked his toes? It seems that there was one belief in which he so deeply knew to be true, that every bone in his body confirmed, from which flowed his death-defying conviction and his most daring scientific pronouncements, and for which he was happy to be one against millions, and to have his ashes thrown by the millions into the Tiber. The odds, although 1,000,000 to 1, were in his favor, because he experienced what he knew. He experienced the universe firsthand, seen it with his own two eyes, and felt it in the depths of his own soul. Bruno writes, "And while I venture out beyond this tiny globe, into reaches past the bounds of starry night, I leave behind what others strain to see afar." Bruno believed this, that God was infinite, calling God the one in good Neoplatonic footsteps of Plotinus. Bruno writes, "The one infinite is perfect. In simplicity simplicity of itself absolutely, nor can anything be greater or better. This is the whole God, universal nature, occupying all space, of whom naught but infinity can give the perfect image or semblance. Of whom naught but infinity can give the perfect image or semblance means that the universe must be as magnificent, glorious, and infinite as the God it is actively manifesting. The universe was no longer the backyard of a 15th century God. Bruno tried to imagine a God whose majesty would dignify the majesty of the stars, and a universe that in turn would be a dignified manifestation of the majesty of his God. Here we hear it in Bruno's unfortunately all too typical fighting words, dripping with mockery. Make then your forecasts, my lords, astrologers, by means of those astrolabes with which you seek to discern the fantastic 9 moving spheres. With these you finally imprison your own minds, so that you appear to me but as parrots in a cage, turning and hopping within those circles. We know that the supreme ruler, i.e. God, cannot have a seat so narrow, so miserable a throne, so trivial, so scanty a court, so small and feeble a representation, that can be brought to birth with an apparition, shattered with a dream, restored with a delusion, diminished by a calamity, abolished by a misdeed, and renewed again with a thought, such that with one puff of air it were brimming, and with a single gulp it were emptied. On the contrary, we recognize a noble image, a marvelous conception, a supreme figure, an exalted shadow, an infinite representation of the represented infinity, a spectacle worthy of the excellence and supremacy of him who transcendeth understanding, comprehension, or grasp. Thus is the excellence of God magnified and the greatness of his kingdom made manifest. He is glorified not in one, but in countless suns, not in a single earth, a single world, but 1,000,000, I say, in an infinity of worlds. To Bruno, God was an infinite God, represented in a majestic infinite universe, an object of awe, veneration, and aesthetic delight, not some fallen and sinful rotten snow globe to escape on our way to heaven. In Bruno's mind, an omnipotent God created innumerable worlds. The universe for Bruno, just as his conception of his God who created it, was infinite and united. It was alive with the life of God. It, like God, was fecund and eternal, exhibiting all possibilities at each given moment, thereby constituting a visible manifestation of the timeless and absolute, invisible principle of God, the sole being who truly exists. As we've hoped to demonstrate, it was a direct result of Bruno's expansive, magnificent, and revolutionary vision of God that he was compelled to a like vision of an expansive, magnificent, and revolutionary universe like our own. But this new vision did not jive well with the Christianity of his day. For Bruno, the infinity, unity, and interconnectedness of all things meant that the divine was within each human and within each atom, so that any notion of original sin or of a fearful God judging us unworthy was out of the question, dismissed as mere fear tactics and power plays to control the masses. Bruno likewise had no patience with the Christian notion of hell, thrown as it was to his God and universe, bound and stitched by love. And he rarely spoke of heaven, of the abode of bliss and angels somewhere beyond the clouds, preferring to speak of the heaven on earth that we can experience here and now if we so choose to live a life of harmony through our contemplation of the infinite unity that is. This was serious stuff for the church. The dismantling of heaven and hell undermined a critical method whereby social conformity was maintained. Without a strong carrot and stick incentive and deterrent, what was to keep people from eating each other alive in the street? But this all might have been child's play in comparison to what may have been Bruno's most dangerous thought. One of the implications of Bruno's doctrine of the infinity of the universe was that the universe could have no center. By definition, no point in the cosmos could hold center stage in a universe of infinite expanse. If that thought doesn't make you cold and shiver, then you may not be fathoming its full implications. Bruno flicked the world off its privileged position as the center stage of the cosmos, precisely situated along the great chain of being, the arena which, according to Christianity, God had orchestrated to play out his all-important human drama of creation, sin, and redemption. Bruno completely abandoned this center stage scheme for something terrifyingly insignificant. Bruno preached that our planet is adrift in deafening silence of the cosmos, so chillingly large, stripping us of any warranted sense of significance in the cosmic scheme, lost in an infinite empty space, in an absurd and meaningless void where you can scream and shout and cry and yell and pray and beg, and no one will hear you yell. How's that for scary? Yet for Bruno, this wasn't a crippling and terrifying thought. It was invigorating and empowering. He writes, and even as infinite space is around us, so is infinite potentiality, capacity, reception, and malleability. Central to Bruno's vision was the belief that a universe whose center is nowhere is a universe whose center is everywhere. And this is precisely what makes him a precursor to the modern period. He embodies the modern sensibility, the acceptance of the meaninglessness of existence as a given. And from that givenness emerges the drive to create something meaningful. Some may argue that the Catholic Church was genuinely justified in sticking the skewer through Bruno's tongue and torching him, effectively stopping him from completing his formulation of his new philosophy, which from their perspective could potentially throw billions of humans into a state of existential terror, nihilism, and absurdity in a vast infinite universe where they play no pivotal role. Maybe the noble lie of the world as God's center stage was a profitable lie, one worth maintaining at all costs. Maybe the murder of Bruno was justified because of how much pain and suffering his ideas would have caused were he left to bring them to fruition. Allow yourself to entertain this thought for but a moment. Bruno was an existential terrorist, and the church did the right thing for the sake of the ignorant masses to shield them from the existential terror he would have rained upon them. Maybe the terrifying truth ought to be kept at arm's length from the millions who wake up, work, eat, excrete, and sleep peacefully, not knowing their real place in the universe, or lack thereof. Maybe the Jewish community was right to put Spinoza in Cherem, in excommunication, Islam for hanging al-Hallaj, and Athens for poisoning Socrates. Maybe free thinking just isn't so wise after all. And the Catholic Church seems to think so, until this very day with the case of Bruno. In 1942, Cardinal Giovanni Bersati said publicly that the Church was perfectly justified in condemning Bruno. And in the year 2000, on the 400th anniversary of Bruno's death, Cardinal Paul Popard made the Catholic position on Bruno clear by saying that neither can they nor should they consider rehabilitating his legacy and memory, because Bruno's thinking was, quote, incompatible with Christian thought. But, he said, the Church ought to regret burning Bruno because, quote, the use of coercion and of violent methods is absolutely incompatible with a sincere and authentic search for truth. Good morning, America. And at the same time, Cardinal Angelo Sodano, the Vatican Secretary of State, declared Bruno's death to be a sad episode, but despite his regret, he defended Bruno's prosecutors, maintaining that the Inquisition had the desire to support freedom and promote the common good, and did everything possible to save Bruno's life. That is, of course, everything besides for not tying him naked to a wooden stake and throwing a match into the combustible materials pile beneath him. Everything else but that. Cardinal Sodano asks that we judge the inquisitors who sentenced Bruno to his gruesome death in the light of their gruesome times, saying, "It is not our place to express judgments about the conscience of those who were involved in this matter." In the same year, Pope John Paul II made a general apology for the use of violence that some have committed in the service of truth, with no direct reference, remorse, or apology for burning Bruno. And just in case the Catholic Church's position on the death of Bruno isn't already abundantly clear, you'll be displeased to know that in 1930, the Church bestowed the esteemed honor of canonization and beatification upon Cardinal Robert Bellarmine, the inquisitor who prosecuted, investigated, interrogated, and judged Bruno's trial, the man likely most responsible for Bruno's execution, venerating him officially as a blessed saint and doctor of the Church to over 1 million Catholics worldwide, one of only 36 individuals to receive this esteemed honor in over 2,000 years of Christian history, resulting in numerous Catholic churches, universities, colleges, and private schools, kindergartens, and high schools around the world being named after him. Someone should really study Change.org petition to get this guy uncanonized, if that's a thing. So, was the church justified in the 1600s and right to persist in its judgment all the way up until the year 2000? We here, perhaps unsurprisingly, say no. To quote an authority whom the Catholic Church ostensibly stands by, we must say with that Jew, who himself was raised on a wooden stake by the authorities some millennia and a half before Bruno for speaking his truth, a resounding no to the question posed. Because we believe, as he did, that the truth shall set you free. Echoed later in the words of Bruno, the heroic soul shall seek truth and find it. And it is for this reason, perhaps, that the Serbian poet Didan Stojanovic poignantly wrote, "Burning Bruno was one more wound inflicted on the body of Jesus." Back to the discussion that preceded. There are a couple of other reasons given as to why Bruno was really killed. I'll tell you about them before moving on to what we think is the real story here. Some say that the last straw in Bruno's coffin was his refusal to accept the authority of the Inquisition itself, something which must have filled his inquisitors with glee. Bruno repeatedly insisted during his trial that he would gladly recant all of his heresies if the Pope himself would personally preside in the trial and declare Bruno's beliefs heretical. It seemed that it was Bruno's real hope that the Pope stepped down from his throne to the dais so that Bruno could demonstrate for once and for all that his beliefs were in fact not heretical, and in doing so, hopefully convert the Pope over to his way of thinking, his new philosophy, and along with the Pope, all of Christendom. At the very least, no one can deny that Bruno was ridiculously ambitious. But trying to convert the Pope, as anyone who's been following the channel closely, or is just a student of the history of Messianic mysticism, knows that it typically does not end very well. Extra points for anyone who writes down in the comments the names of some others who had tried this unsuccessfully. And in our case here, Bruno's request to go over the heads of the inquisitors, particularly the esteemed and now canonized, beautified, and venerated Cardinal Bellarmine, did not bode well with their egos, and may have just been the thing that sealed the deal on Bruno's execution. Others suggest, on similar lines, that it may not have been anything specific that Bruno taught, but his cantankerous, impetuous, irascible, and quarrelsome attitude, which in fact had got him kicked out of every city and university he had stepped foot in, and which eventually got him locked in an attic by a student he was tutoring in the art of memory, while the student called the Venetian Inquisition to come over and arrest him. Not for naught has Bruno been called capricious, insufferable, foul-mouthed, tempestuous, insolent, self-asserted, pompous, and arrogant. Not the side of his personality or legacy that we're most proud of, but neither are we here to whitewash history for you. And it was not for his good looks that Bruno owned the distinction of being the only 16th century philosopher known to have been excommunicated from all three major Christian confessions of his day by the Roman Catholics in Naples in 1573, by the Calvinists in Geneva 3 years later, and the Lutherans in Helmstedt a decade following. So we've opened up two main questions here. One, who was Bruno? And two, why was he killed? And we've explored some of the classic, well-known answers given. We spoke about how the church tried to cover up his death, all the while venerating the people who signed off on it. But there are two more mysteries which really bug me here about the story. Firstly, Bruno's return to Italy is a real mystery, a real puzzle that continues to baffle historians. To paint the puzzle for you, Bruno was born in a small city called Nola, a little east of Naples, in 1548. At the age of 17, he went to study in Naples with the Dominicans. After a few years of study, he came under suspicions of heresy by his superiors, and an investigation was launched against him, causing him to shed his religious attire and flee north, effectively expelled by the Dominicans, and began 15 years of wandering, writing, and teaching, producing some 30 works in total, while traveling north first to Turin, Venice, Padua, and finally leaving Italy for Geneva, Lyon, Toulouse, Paris, London, Oxford, back to Paris, Wittenberg, Prague, Helmstedt, and Frankfurt. Never staying more than 2 or 3 years in any city, his usual pattern, to quote Dale Banksy, was to enter a city, find a way to display his intellectual talents for the academic elite, and then parlay the display into a teaching position or a private tutorship that would last the 2 or 3 years it took him to inevitably clash with the academic establishment, write some inflamed philosophical dialogues that belittle them in a manner more reminiscent of a rap battle than an academic paper, and flee to greener pastures pastures just a step ahead of the lynch mob. For example, in one of the philosophical dialogues he published while living in London, after being denied the opportunity of lecturing in Oxford, he writes a scathing attack on the Oxford professors, decrying their ignorance and pomposity, saying that they had more interest and knowledge in beer than they had in the ancient Greeks, the people who they were supposed to be studying and teaching. Then, in 1591, Bruno, maybe wary from a decade and a half of traveling, opened his final chapter by deciding, inexplicably, to return to his country of birth, Italy, first to Padua and then to Venice. This return to Italy is truly baffling. Let's understand. Bruno had fled his homeland, Italy, because of what was essentially religious persecution, the lack of freedom of thought and expression, to the more liberal and partly Protestant countries of the north. Why did Bruno return to Italy, to what he knew was a hotbed of religious fanaticism? Why did he step willingly back into the clutches of the Inquisition, who already had a thick file on him from his rebellious days as a youth, which continued suddenly to grow and thicken thanks to his continued antagonism and rabble-rousing while up further north in the continent? Was he homesick? Had he become overconfident, out of touch with reality? Some historians say that he came back because at the time the Inquisition seemed to be losing some of its steam, and the Republic of Venice, to which Bruno returned, was at the time the most liberal state in Italy, that things perhaps had cooled down a little. Whether this was true in general seems besides the point for Bruno, because within a year of his return he had been arrested and incarcerated by the Inquisition. Before taking a stab at giving our own answer to this puzzle, I'd like to let you in on one more puzzle, because hopefully our solution will answer both of them. The next puzzle is, why didn't Bruno recant his position? The Vatican Apostolic Archive, formerly the Vatican Secret Archive, discussing the trial against Bruno, states, in the same room where Giordano Bruno was questioned, for the same important reasons of the relationship between science and faith. 16 years later, Cardinal Bellarmine, who then contested Bruno's radical doctrines, summoned Galileo Galilei, who also faced a famous inquisitorial trial, which, luckily for him, ended in simple abjuration. Namely, Galileo, in the very same room, by the very same inquisitor with the very same accusations leveled against him, caved in, he renunciated, repudiated, and recanted his radical beliefs. Was Bruno no smarter than Galileo? Was he too brave, too stubborn for his own good? It seems that there is something larger here at play. And here's where the big picture begins to unfold. Up until now, we've only given you the historical facts as we have best understood them. Hereforth, we're going to continue giving you the facts, but they'll be mixed with our own conjecture as to what's going on here. Okay, so with that caveat out of the way, here's one thing that I haven't yet told you explicitly about Bruno, although I've been dropping hints to it throughout the video. Bruno was a master of memory. While still a student in Naples, in his late teens or early 20s, Bruno's reputation as a memory savant was so impressive that he was shipped off to Rome to show his mnemonic system, his memory wheel that he had designed based on the fascinating 13th century mystic, polymath, and master of memory himself, Raymond Lull, in front of Pope Pius V. Reciting Psalm 86 by heart, in Hebrew, word for word, forwards, and then backwards. We, in 2021, may not appreciate the advantage that a wicked memory like that held for someone in society back then, without external memory cards on smartphones and laptops, with all of humanity's collective information available at the tips of our fingers. And even just the accessibility of information in printed books. You guys old enough to remember what printed books are? Back in the 1500s, if you wanted to be a successful lawyer, cleric, administrator, bureaucrat, or monarch, you had to find a way to boost your capacity for recall. The alternative being to rely on clunky archives with underqualified librarians. You wouldn't even be worth hiring as a lawyer unless you could recite hours of case law from memory. And a ruler who had dozens of disparate but interdependent items brought to their attention every day for governance really needed a way to hold all of that information and more in clear vision and recall. This is where our man Bruno steps in. Like the proliferation of today's self-help guides and gurus and diet fads, people skilled in the art of memory, the ars memoriae as was known in Latin, who were willing to dispense with their hard-earned secrets and train novice rememberers, were in high demand. Bruno made most of his bread by going around teaching his memory system to whoever would pay for it. The gig, in fact, that eventually led to his arrest with a disgruntled memory student, as we've mentioned, if you remember from earlier. I don't plan on getting too deep into Bruno's memory system right now, but just to give you a quick taste of it. According to Frances Yates, in her memorable and influential The Art of Memory, Bruno's memory system was primarily a zodiac-based variation of the combinatory concentric revolving circle method of Raymond Lull, where relevant bits of information were stored and based by subject upon a wheel that the practitioner would envision, with each segment of the wheel opening onto larger circles where more relevant information would be stored. According to Yates's enduring interpretation, the goal of Bruno's memory system was to furnish the mind of the practitioner with an encyclopedic orbit of mental representations of all of the world's knowledge, thus connecting the appropriately trained mind with the totality of reality beyond the mere world of appearances of the senses, and through that real mental connection created between the real world and the mind which is in possession of the ideas, forms which constitute the real world, one is able by the power of their mind to effect change in that world, whose ramifications will by extension ripple into the external world as we see it. As Yates puts it to us in the form of a question, did Bruno intend that they would be formed in the memory using these ever-changing combinations of astral images, some kind of alchemy of the imagination, a philosopher's stone in the psyche, through which every possible arrangement and combination of objects in the lower world, plants, animals, stones, would be perceived and remembered, and that in accordance with the forming and reforming of the inventor's images on the central wheel, the whole history of mankind would be remembered from above, as it were, all their discoveries, thoughts, philosophies, productions. Such a memory would be the memory of a divine human. This prospect of reaching beyond the phenomena to the real luminous reality, the source code of our universe, and being able to tamper with the code, whether they be Hebrew letters, the Sphirot, energy from the zodiacs, and effect change in the world as we know it, was of enduring fascination to the Kabbalists, Hermeticists, Gnostics, and other esotericists and occultists of the Middle and early modern ages, the fascination which continues, albeit attenuated with the birth of modern science, switching out Hebrew letters for ones and zeros, Sphirot for AC, G's and T's, atoms and quarks, in an attempt to gain mastery of the code of nature to the point where one can manipulate it by will. We can make a separate video on Bruno's memory system, and on the art of memory in general, with their memory palaces, theaters, and wheels, although you'll have to remind me. Killer dad jokes. What seems to us initially no more than a fancy party trick, which Bruno perfected as a means of livelihood, became in fact the doorway to his philosophical system, one that would synthesize a century's worth of confusion and progress into a united, albeit still slightly confused, whole. Bruno's memory system revolved around the construction of elaborate wheels of association that brought mathematics, language, mythology, and philosophy all together in one interrelated whole before it was prematurely terminated by the executioner's flames. If anything is clear right now, it is that Bruno was obsessed with memory. He was one of the few people to go down in history, that is, the collective human memory, as one who mastered the art of memory. And here is our hypothesis. Bruno, the master of memory, returned back to Rome, back to Italy, to play his final memory game in front of the Pope and history itself. Fearing a future loss of memory, fearing that his thoughts would blur into oblivion, Bruno took a gamble with his life, a gamble against the church, one against a million. Ironically, according to this interpretation, Bruno went to Rome twice to display a feat of memory before the Pope, the first time as a friend, and the second as a foe, initially celebrated and ultimately vilified. Like Socrates, who chose not to flee Athens, and Jesus to Jerusalem, Bruno returns back to Italy, to the Inquisition infects in Italy, gets arrested while teaching the secrets of memory, ironically, and does not recant his teachings, because he knew that that is where he would get his final stage. This theory sits well, by the way, with the little that we do know of Bruno's trial. Firstly, the point that we mentioned earlier, that much to the chagrin of his inquisitors, Bruno repeatedly tried invoking the authority of the Pope, asking that Clement VIII come himself to preside on the trial. As we speculated earlier, this may well have been an attempt, delusional or sane, by Bruno to have the audience near the Pope, so that he could convince him and convert him to his new philosophy. And secondly, we have the appraisal of Berti of Bruno's self-defense during the Venetian phase of the trial, in which which he was lucid and articulate. Bertie notes he is not interrupted, and he argues with much calm. More than defending himself, he seems to be concerned with making his doctrines known, for this reason quoting his books constantly. Had he ever counted, repented, and retracted his words, it would have been lost to the sands of times. He prefers to lay out his philosophy as clearly and calmly as he could, die a gruesome death, and let his ideas live on. And with every burning of the flame, Bruno's message was further seared and branded into the collective human memory, into the pages of history, for me and you today. Bruno, then it seems, had returned from the north to Venice, not tired and defeated, but awake and alive, his passion simmering and beginning to bubble over. On the way from his prison cell to one of the final inquisitorial interrogations, Bruno told a fellow inmate that he was going to perform, quote, miracles greater than those performed by Jesus. Most think that Bruno was just blowing hot air, or that he actually thought that he was a hermetic magus with real magical powers. I happen to think neither. I happen to think that Bruno was actually dead serious here. Bruno's miracle, however, was not walking on water, levitating, turning water into wine, or multiplying bread out of thin air. Those for Bruno were simply party tricks. Miracles, according to Bruno's philosophy, could not really occur, because he took the Spinozistic view, pre-Spinoza of course, that since divine law equally rules all events and all happenings, whatever happens, happens in accordance with divine law or nature. But nonetheless, disclaimers aside, Bruno's miracle, his object of wonder, was his philosophy. As the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy puts it, Bruno's philosophy of God as immanent in an infinite universe was the true bread of life. It illuminated the blind, loosened the tongue of the dumb, cured the lame, so that the human spirit could once again progress. Its powers were miraculous, Christ-like, salvific. In Bruno's maybe somewhat inflated, granted self-estimation, who deserved more praise? Someone who healed a random cripple, or a man who liberated his homeland, who reformed not merely a body, but a mind? In other words, who was the true savior, Christ or Bruno? Stanford Encyclopedia's words, by the way, not mine. Let us talk then for a moment about Bruno's miracle then, his philosophy. If enough people request it, we can make a separate video dedicated to Bruno's philosophy, particularly his theory of substance, form, and matter, the infinite and the monad, and his unique version of pantheism and monism. But for now, let us suffice with a short recap. Roland, in response to the 1889 inscription at the base of Bruno's statue, to Bruno from the generation he foresaw, here where the fire burnt, writes, despite the optimism of the Roman students who erected his monument in Campo di Fiori, in many respects the generation he foresaw still belongs to the future. Bruno defies any kind of summary judgment. His life, his ideas, and his personality are as complex as his times are distant from our own. Despite Roland's warning, I'd like to proceed to attempt a few short words about Bruno's philosophy, about the miracle that Bruno wrought. Firstly, there's divided opinion on whether we can call Bruno's work philosophy at all. While the Danish philosopher Harold Huffing calls Bruno's work the greatest philosophical thought structure executed by the Renaissance, the English Bertrand Russell takes a swing at Bruno's work, saying, there are fruitful intuitions lost in that disorder, but they had not yet reached the point of precision at which philosophy begins. We'll have to excuse Russell for his Englishness and his concomitant narrow definitions of philosophy. We're going to go with the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy as the final word on this debate. Bruno's philosophy, despite its inconsistent terminology, intricacies, eclecticisms, and willful contrariness, has an inner coherence. Indeed, he can claim to be the first thinker since antiquity to integrate in metaphysics, physics, psychology, and ethics into an original, if unsystematically presented philosophy. The outcome was a radical alternative to medieval and Renaissance interpretations of human nature, the cosmos, and God. And it is precisely Bruno's radical notion of the infinite, which he takes as the starting point and the end goal of his philosophy, which gives an internal coherent incoherence to all of his metaphysics, cosmology, ethics, ontology, logic, and science, as Bill Coons observes. I want to present not the specifics of his philosophy, but its general context, its wellspring that it draws from, and its hope and aspirations of what it plants. Firstly, you should know that Bruno's self-expressed aim was to articulate a new philosophy. In a series of Latin poems written in 1591, he calls for a new logic and a new metaphysics, a radically new system of knowledge to tradition later called the eccentric Libra. And during his trials, Bruno made it abundantly clear that if he was freed, he tended to return to Germany or England and continue to spread his teachings and recruit followers to set up a new sect under the banner of his new philosophy. No surprise that his conservative Catholic jailers were in no rush to release him. Bruno's philosophy, while based on ancient and medieval sources, represents a radical rupture with the philosophical schools of the past, attempting to forge a path towards a new modernity, in the words of Gatti. One of the things that most interests me, and you'll hopefully find interesting as well in Bruno's thought, is Bruno's perennialism. Following in the philosophical footsteps of the Renaissance perennialists that give the movement its real shape, Marcello Ficino, Giovanni Pico dell'Arangela, and Agostino Stucco, who gives the philosophy its Latin name, Philosophia Perennis, who incidentally died the same year that Bruno was born, 1548. Bruno's perennialism continues an alleged ancient philosophy, an ongoing wisdom tradition, as the name suggests, reported to have originated from a caste of teachers whose very existence blurs the line between history and legend. The Persian Zoroaster, Egyptian Hermes Trismegistus, Hebrew Moses and Jeremiah, Greek Orpheus, Pythagoras, Parmenides, Empedocles, and others, who passed the tradition, according to the perennialists, onto Plato and Plotinus. And Bruno, with his encyclopedic knowledge and dazzling memory, sought as best he could to restore, unite, and synthesize over 1,000 years of philosophy. The Egyptian Hermeticists, the Persian Magi, the Hebrew prophets, the Orphic poets, the pre-Socratic metaphysicians, Pythagorean and mystical mathematicians, Platonic, Stoic, and Epicurean philosophers, all united with one purpose in the mind of Giordano Bruno: to articulate a philosophy which was true to the principles of ancient wisdom, as it was to the best scientific knowledge of his day, as it was true to the deepest of his own experiences and convictions, those that resonated with the very core of his being. To quote Dale DeBakey, for Bruno it was not Catholicism, nor even Christianity that had a monopoly on the truth, but rather everyone from Egyptian priests to skeptical Greeks that made their critical contributions, all pointing to the unity of the universe in their own unique way. The unique gift and miracle that Bruno gave the world was his combination of ancient philosophy with contemporary philosophy, a rational mysticism which envisioned the universe as an infinite organism teeming with divine life, a beautiful and diverse philosophy for a beautiful and diverse universe, one which had room for the peaceful coexistence of all religions, as diverse as the sources he drew from, based on a mutual understanding and the freedom of deep reciprocal conversation between them, all pointing to an infinite God, a God who for Bruno was more accessible in the depths of nature and in the depths of our own individual hearts and minds than in the hallowed words of authority and power. In the admiring words of philosopher Thomas Davidson, which in our humble estimation go a little over the top in their enthusiasm and estimation, but are worth repeating for their passion nonetheless. Bruno was one of the mighty, one of those strange, incomprehensible pioneer geniuses that lived centuries before their time, destined apparently to lay out the tasks for many succeeding ages. He rose not only above the dogmas and superstitions of half-obsolete medieval Catholicism, both equal ease and firmness, above the new follies of growing Protestantism. He belongs not to the 16th century, but to the 19th, and even to the elite of it. Great in philosophy, great in science, physical and moral, he was still greater in practice, in life, and in death. No man ever labored or suffered more in order to be free himself and help others to be so. No one ever met death more firmly and heroically. Among the martyrs for truth and freedom, those first essentials of mankind, he occupies the highest place. In the year 2000, 400 years after Bruno's burning, an Italian newspaper conducted a survey in Campo di Fiore, underneath the shadow of Bruno, asking people if they knew who he was. Sandro Corsetti, who grew up in the square, told the newspaper, "I just know that Bruno was a serious thing, so serious that they burned him." Like any good teacher, Bruno knew what the people would remember, and then they would ask, "So why was he burnt?" A question which would lead to some confusion, and then hopefully, maybe just maybe, a peek into, if not an exposition of his ideas and philosophy, to his thought and his mind. In the very act of me making this video, and you watching it right now, and perhaps sharing it, Bruno's gamble further plays off. You and I right now and right here are further vindicating Bruno, continuing his fight for freedom of thought and freedom of speech. Viva la Bruno. The church tried to silence Bruno and to suppress his memory, 3 times in fact. First by killing him, then by suppressing the records of his execution, then by destroying or hiding their own documentation outlining the details of his trial. They silenced him and silenced his death. They expunged any reference to him, murdered him, and eradicated his memory, wiping him clean off the face of the earth. Or, at least they tried to. Perhaps most gruesomely and representationally, however, of this attempted silencing, Bruno on his way to his execution was literally silenced with a gag in his mouth, or a metal spike skewering his tongue, so that he could not yell his truth from between the flames, even with his dying breath. The church did all this because they were afraid to hear what he might say, what final poem he might utter, what new philosophy he might complete, and what new human and new world it might just give birth to. They were afraid of the poem that would unite the wisdom of the past, Hermes, Zoroaster, Moses, Plato, Chaldeans, and Jesus, with the thought of his day, philosophy and religion, religion and science. Lucretius, Democritus, Cusa, Copernicus, Galileo, and Kepler, into one cohesive, compelling philosophy and poem. That the church could not risk, and they did not give him the chance to finish his work. But his spirit drifts on, his poem continues, into and through the pens of Spinoza, Leibniz, and Newton, Hegel, Schelling, and Fichte, Coleridge, Swinburne, Wordsworth, and Goethe, Emerson, and Thoreau, you and I, to add one last verse to the poem the world is waiting to hear. Bruno was arrested by the Venetian Inquisition on the 22nd of May, 1592. On the 12th of September that year, the Vatican requested extradition of Bruno from Venice to Rome, which was acquiesced to in January, 4 months later. Bruno spent the next 7 years languishing in a prison in Rome. While the Inquisition dragged on their investigation and interrogation, historians are still baffled as to why it took them so long. Bruno, the man on fire with a poetic vision of an infinite universe, was kept in a teeny dark dungeon for 7 years before being taken out to a blazing fireplace and roasted to death by fire. One fellow inmate and later accuser in Bruno's trial testified that in prison one night Bruno brought him to the window and showed him a star, saying that it was a world and that all the stars were their own worlds. On the 21st of December, 1599, Bruno was offered his last official opportunity to recant, to which he responded he should not and would not recant. He had nothing to recant and had written nothing worthy of recanting. A month later, on the 20th of January, 1600, the Inquisition in Rome, under the auspices of Pope Clement VIII, formally declared Bruno a heretic. On the same day, the Inquisition issued the order that all of Bruno's works be placed on the index of prohibited books, and that he be handed over to the secular authorities of Rome for execution. They didn't want to bloody their hands when actually killing him. 19 days later, on the 8th of February, Bruno's sentence is read. He is declared an impenitent, obstinate, and pertinacious heretic, stripped of his priesthood and expelled from the church, and his works publicly burnt on the steps of St. Peter's Basilica. Upon hearing his sentence read, Bruno is said to have replied, "Perhaps it is you who pronounce my sentence that are in greater fear than I who receive it." Bruno's execution was delayed. We still don't know why. But 9 days later, on the dawn of the 17th, Bruno was taken to Campi di Fiore, looking emaciated and broken. Even in his last moments, the church does not give him peace to contemplate his short life and its early end. A group of monks accompany him, urging him to the last moments to abandon his radical beliefs, seeking to extract a last-minute confession and repentance from the lips of Bruno. The 52-year-old Bruno is stripped naked and tied to a rough wooden stake. Before the fire is lit, the monk offers him a crucifix to kiss. Bruno turns his head away defiantly. The fire is kindled and Bruno is burnt alive, while a choir of cantors accompany the crackling of fire and the sizzling of flesh and skin with continuous hymns. The flames that rose round living limbs and fell, in lifeless ash and ember, now no more. Bruno, a man who had committed no other crime than to talk, write, and argue, was killed on February 17, 1600, in Rome, and his ashes scattered into the Tiber River. But Bruno might have disagreed with our pronouncement of his dying. The man who preferred a courageous death to a meek life, and the man who intended to rend with might the clouds, and be content to die, if God such a glorious death for us did intend, also wrote, "When we consider the being and substance of the universe in which we are immutably set, we soon discover that neither we ourselves nor any substance doth suffer death, for nothing is in fact diminished in substance, but all things wandering through infinite space merely undergo a change of aspect, namely a superficial change, a mere change in appearance, substance stays the same. I'd like to end our words on Bruno before moving on to one last thing, with a quote from Bill Kunz, who sums up the story quite nicely. In 1584, 25 years before Galileo lifted a telescope, Bruno took the Copernican hypothesis to the outrageous new conclusion that the sun is merely one of an infinity of stars which stretch across boundless and inexhaustible space. It was consummate audacity to proclaim an infinite universe in the teeth of the doctrinal dogfights of the 16th century. It was yet bolder to exult in the dimensio with the bounding wonder of a poet. The prospect of our Earth reduced to a turning speck in endless space was terrifying to contemplate. In ecstatic Bruno cried, "My thoughts are stitched to the stars," and contemplated little else. With an impetuous abandon that his contemporaries found reckless and even dangerous, Bruno proceeded to rethink man's relationship to the universe, to himself, and to God by the unimaginable light of countless stars. His conclusions were simply unbelievable for a latent evil mind. Infinite other worlds, inhabited like our own, spread throughout space, a structure to the universe of suns and clusters of suns, circling in grand orbits, with no center except the ground beneath two human feet. The presence of God not atop an infuriating throne, past the threshold of the further stars, but inhabiting every atom of matter. An eternal span to matter, which can change its form but never be exhausted in any proportion, and finally, the logic infinity demanded of him. An innate union of all contraries, by which evil and good, history and the future, localized humanity and an infinite universe inform and express one another. His restless mind not only explored, but transformed the heavens. In this lonely Italian vagabond, great ages pivot, and the center of gravity of all human thought tilts. 47 years earlier, on the first day of the Jewish New Year, Rosh Hashanah, September 9th, 1553, after 9 days of scouring the country and confiscating every copy of the Talmud they could find, the repository of 1,000 years of Jewish law, legend, humor, wisdom, and wit. The Talmud, just understand, is not a book. It's a miniature library consisting of 36 tracts, collectively over 5,400 pages, and close to 2 million words in length. After 9 days of collecting, horse-drawn wagon loads of Talmuds were piled together and burnt in Campe di Fiore, in the very same square where Bruno was burnt just 47 years later. History demonstrates again that in a place where books are burnt, it won't be long before people are burnt there too. For books, as the American poet Amy Lowell taught, are more than books. They are the life, the very heart and core of ages past, the reason why men lived and worked and died, the essence and quintessence of their lives. In 2011, 458 years after the burning of the Talmud, a plaque was set in Campi di Fiore commemorating the incident, and in celebration of the completion of the translation of Adin Steinsaltz's translation of the Talmud into Italian. As you can see here, the witness to the event itself is in Italian, flanked above and below by two somber Hebrew quotations. The first is a quote from the Talmud, describing the martyrdom of Rabbi Hanania ben Trajan, who was burnt alive by the Romans while wrapped in Torah scroll. The quotation reads, "Gilion Nisrafim Be'osis Parchis." The parchment is burning, but the letters are flying, descending, escaping. Meaning perhaps that even while the body burns, the soul, the thought, the ideas, the poetry lives on. The plot closes with a final quotation from a lamentation written by Rabbi Rodenburg, which he composed after watching wagonloads of Talmuds being burnt in Paris in 1242. Sadly, Rome 1553 was not the first nor the last time that the Talmud would be hunted down and burnt. The quotation reads, "Shah le'istrofa be'ish, l'shalom evlaich," request of those burnt by fire, for the peace of those who mourn you. The Inquisition tried crushing and burning both the spirit of the Jew as embodied by the Talmud and the spirit of free inquiry, poetry, unity, and mysticism, as represented in this case by Bruno. But it is us who live on to tell the tale. We, fortunately, no longer live in a time where sharing the ideas and words that burn inside us wind us up on a bonfire in a public square. So, dear seekers, speak your truth, because while the world burns, we need some people who are burning inside to speak their burning truth, to self-immolate with poetry, pathos, and compassion. I'd like scholar und den Steinsalz, spoke in the commemoration of the burning and translation of the Talmud. He spoke thusly. Our sages say that before the Ten Commandments were written on stone, they existed in a different form, as black fire on white fire. Most think that that fire no longer exists, but it does. It finds itself between the pages, between the lines. It still is fire on fire, which gives us life. Against the fire of destruction, we must kindle the fire which welds and creates. It must be kindled in our hearts, not just upon the pages, so that it may burn in the hearts of thousands, 5,000, 15,000, 50,000, 5,000,000, to be set aflame. Because this is the fire with which we shall build a new world. Humanity is waiting to hear the words which burn within your heart, and may that fire give birth to a new world, a better world, a kinder world. If you're interested in figures like Bruno and others who blur the line between religion, science, philosophy, and mysticism, then you're in the right place. And I'd like to invite you to subscribe and join our community of seekers seeking unity together. As usual, I'll be posting all of my sources and recommended further readings down in the video description just here beneath the video. If you dig Bruno and want to get further into him, please do check it out and enjoy. And as always, keep seeking. In 1929, Albert Einstein, when asked if he believed in God, replied, "I believe in Spinoza's God, who reveals himself in the harmony of all that exists." What's up, seekers? Welcome back. Who was Spinoza's God? Was it a God that hears and answers prayers, heals the sick and comforts the mourning? Was it the God of millions or the God of the few? Was it the God of the Bible or the God of the philosophers? Was it a God that could be loved and love in return? Spinoza has been called the one who was drunk on God and a profane and blasphemous atheist. Let's find out which of the two he was in this installment of Spinoza's God. This video is part of a epic collab with Philip Home from the fantastic YouTube channel Let's Talk Religion, where Philip takes a whole host of incredibly complex religious thinkers and ideas and brings his trademark academic, unbiased, and understandable approach to each one, making them extremely approachable without watering anything down, with the hope of creating a space and community for real, open, thoughtful, and critical discussion about religion in a way that leads to more tolerance and understanding of the other. Philip and I also recently had a 2-hour discussion on comparative mysticism, trying to critically highlight some of the points of commonality among the mystical traditions of the world. Go check out that conversation at his amazing channel as soon as you're finished watching this video. Links to all of that will be posted in the description below. As part of this collaboration, Philip is making his own partner video to the one we're doing here, addressing the same question of Spinoza's God. Please do go check out that video on Philip's channel and the rest of his fantastic content. Links to all that down in the description. This video is also part of a mini-series on Spinoza. In the first video, we examined Spinoza's metaphysics, his view of what reality is fundamentally made up of, and how it fundamentally functions. If you haven't seen that video yet, and need a brush up on Spinoza's metaphysics, I recommend watching that video first, because we're going to be assuming that you already did for purposes of what we're about to cover in this video. But just in case you're being sneaky and skipping to the second video in the series, I will give you a very, very, very brief recap of Spinoza's metaphysics that we covered up until now. And for those that have been diligent and have already watched the first video, this will serve as a very handy and helpful recap. In Spinoza's magnum opus, The Ethics, he lays out in rigid and tedious Euclidean form the 3 fundamentals of his metaphysics: substance, attributes, and modes. And I'm not going to do justice to them right now, because in the previous video, we spent close to a half an hour just giving the most barely adequate explanation of these terms. Having said that, substance, for Spinoza, is all that truly exists. It is the one infinite, eternal, and indivisible thing that constitutes reality. It's also what he refers to as God or nature, but more on that soon. The attributes, two of them which we can experience and know, thought and extension, are the two most basic ways which substance can express itself, or rather, which we can come to perceive substance through, functioning similar to the two fundamental categories of matter and energy in modern physics, perhaps, or perhaps playing a mediating role like that of the tensura between God as the infinite and the finite world as we know it in the metaphysics of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. In the first video, we expanded upon and pointed out the pros and cons of those two comparisons. Check it out all over there. Spinoza's third category, the modes, are the final, finite, particular modifications and manifestations of reality, or more properly of substance. All the itty-bitty things as we know them, tables, chairs, thoughts, emotions, all beautiful ripples and waves on the ocean of substance. Technically speaking, all the aforementioned things, those modes, are actually what Spinoza would call the finite modes, and he has another category called infinite modes, which are laws governing thought and extension, basically the laws of either psychology or logic, and the laws of physics and geometry. Check out video number 1 again for more on that distinction. At the bottom line, when all is said and done, perhaps the most important thing to know about Spinoza's metaphysics for what is to follow is that Spinoza was a substance monist, which means that he believed that everything was fundamentally constituted by one substance. The relevance and implications of Spinoza's metaphysics to the question at hand of Spinoza's God will become very apparent very shortly, trust me. Okay, so far so good, I hope you're still with me. Spinoza in his own day was a controversial thinker, to say the least, and his ideas were seen as dangerous by the religious establishments of his day, so dangerous as to warrant his excommunication at the age of 23, and even proving to be dangerous to Spinoza's life when attacked by a knife-wielding, heretic-yelling assailant on the steps of the synagogue, no less. But in what we've discussed thus far, Spinoza has not proposed anything too controversial, and unless one was an orthodox Cartesian who was enraged about the fine tweaks that Spinoza worked on his predecessor's system, it's hard to see why anyone would want to assassinate or excommunicate this man with the gentlest of souls, our dear friend Baruch Spinoza. Where the trouble begins, and things begin to get exciting, is in the implications of Spinoza's metaphysics in redefining a very weighty three-letter word in the West, G-O-D, God. Let us begin then in this attempt to answer the question, what did God mean for Spinoza, with his own definition of God in the words of Spinoza. By God, I understand a being absolutely infinite, i.e. a substance consisting of an infinity of attributes, of which each one expresses an eternal and infinite essence. Those of you who didn't watch the first video can thank me now for the recap. Thank you, Sebi. You're most welcome. So, Spinoza's major metaphysical concept, which grounds his whole system, his concept of substance, Spinoza says, is essentially another word for what we call God. The first 15 propositions of Spinoza's magnum opus, the Ethics, serves to rigorously prove to the reader the necessity of the existence of this thing which Spinoza calls God or substance. And the rigorous picture of this God which Spinoza presents to us is a God who is the infinite, necessary existing, self-caused, unique substance of the universe. This affinity, or rather identity, between God and substance is very, very real and important for Spinoza. To quote the man himself, God is one, that is, only one substance can be granted in the universe. Which means, as we shall see, that the only thing which really exists for him, for Spinoza, is God/substance. This God for Spinoza is one in everything. Nothing exists outside of it. There is nothing but God. To quote Spinoza on this point, which he repeats emphatically in part 1 of his Ethics, which he really, really wants the reader to understand and accept before moving on. All things which are in God. Besides God, there can be no substance, that is, nothing in itself external to God. This is the first impression that we get from the words of the philosopher himself when we ask him, what is God? It is a God who is the sole substance of reality, in which all existence has its being, infinite, eternal, and indivisible. He's beginning to sound like quite the mystic, I'd say. However, unlike the typical mystic, Spinoza reasons and proves the existence of his God with what he believes is indisputable logic, laid out in a crisp, geometric form, not relying on his experience of the infinite being of God, as many mystics do. By the way, I hope to present to you not just this one, but a collage of conceptions of the God of Spinoza, some even seemingly quite contradictory to the other, in the hope that when we look simultaneously through the many facets and faces of his God, we might glimpse the soft brilliance of the single elegant diamond, which Spinoza painstakingly cut and polished, and maybe even delight and relish in its illumination, and perhaps see ourselves more clearly in its reflection for but a moment. Now, at this point, it would be remiss of me as a Hasidic Jew not to point out the deep mystical affinity that this first understanding of Spinoza's God shares with another Jewish thinker, a near contemporary of Spinoza, born just 20 years after his passing, Rabbi Yisrael Baal Shem, more commonly known as the Baal Shem Tov, the master of the good name, the founder of the Hasidic movement, the most successful mass movement of Jewish mysticism in Jewish history, assisted no doubt by the fact that it was also the only mass movement of Jewish mysticism, who explicitly taught Gott ist alles und alles ist Gott, all is God and God is all, which has become such a popular concept now that you'll find it on bumper stickers on cars all over Israel, which read in Hebrew, Ein od milvado, there is nothing but God, referring to Deuteronomy 4:35 as refracted through the lens of Hasidic metaphysics, where in Deuteronomy the words were taken to mean that there is no other gods but God. However, in Kabbalistic and Hasidic thought, the line means that there is nothing else at all in existence but God, which means that there are only two options for all things that seem to exist. Either they're just an illusion and they don't really exist, or they really do exist and are God, or somewhere between the two, such as the belief that insofar as they exist, or the existence that they have, is all from God. This is the radical revolutionary idea, which the Baal Shem Tov placed as the cornerstone of his magnificent edifice of Hasidic philosophy, with all his subsequent thought being built firmly upon it and flowing naturally from it, much like the Jewish thinker that preceded him by a few years, Spinoza. Regarding that crisp and indisputable logic we spoke of, here is the recipe Spinoza uses to prove that God, i.e. an infinite, eternal, indivisible being, is the only substance in the universe, in 3 simple steps. If this recipe proves too technical and goes over your head, don't worry, we'll be back to the main storyline in but a moment. And here it goes. First, establish that no two substances can share an attribute. Next, prove that there is a substance with an infinite amount of attributes. Finally, leave to simmer the conclusion that the existence of that infinite substance precludes the existence of any other substance. Because if there were to be a second substance, it would have to have some attributes, but since God has all the possible attributes already, then the attributes to be possessed by the second substance would be one of the attributes already possessed by the first substance, which Spinoza calls God. But since it has already been established that no two substances can share the same attributes, therefore there can be, besides God, no such second substance, QED. Now, for Spinoza, as for the Baal Shem Tov and many other mystical thinkers, if God is the only substance, and whatever is either a substance or in a substance, then everything else must be in God, which leads necessarily to Spinoza's conclusion, and I quote, whatever is in God, and nothing can be or be conceived without God. And individual things are nothing but modifications of the attributes of God, or modes by which the attributes of God are expressed in a fixed and definite manner. Namely, all the particular finite things in existence that seem to exist apart from God are merely in fact modifications, modulations, and expressions of this one substance which alone exists, namely God. In this first depiction of God for Spinoza that we've presented, Spinoza took the construct of substance that he built up into the one and only single unified infinite, self-caused and efficiently self-sufficient entity, outside of which nothing does or can exist, and tells us that this thing, yes, this is God. This This conception of God as substance, God as the all, is what gives rise to the most often association of Spinoza with the conception of God, that of pantheism. Derived from the Greek words pantheos, literally everything is God. Spinozism becomes synonymous with pantheism, and for good reason, because he's hands down the most respected defender of pantheism in modern philosophy, the first in the West to give it a comprehensive and rigorous philosophical exposition. His merit and originality consist, as George Henry Lewes writes back in 1846, in the systematic exposition and development of that doctrine of pantheism. In his hands, for the first time, it assumes the aspect of a science. And it was his ethics which served as the fountain source of pantheism for all subsequent Western philosophy, to the extent that it practically became the textbook definition of the position, even though the term itself was only coined after his death, first used in Latin by Joseph Raphson in 1697 in reference to Spinoza's work, and then popularized by John Tollard in 1705, who, like Raphson, used the term pantheist and Spinozist interchangeably. That is aspect number one that I'd like to present. The next aspect of Spinoza's God that I'd like to bring to your attention is what is lacking in Spinoza's initial definition of God. Because equally important to what Spinoza is including in his definition of God, which is everything ironically, is what he's also excluding. And we're going to look at four things which Spinoza explicitly excludes and expunges from his definition of God: anthropomorphism, personality, transcendence, and creativity, all which will serve as points of departure for Spinoza's God from God as traditionally conceived among the Abrahamic faiths. The first, an anthropomorphic God, Spinoza clearly rejects in his Scholium 2, Proposition 15 of the Ethics, where he writes, "There are those who feign a God like man, constituting of a body and mind, and subject to passions, but how far they wander from true knowledge of God is sufficiently established by what has already been demonstrated. Namely, any anthropomorphizing of God is by definition rejected by what Spinoza sees as his already established unassailable logic. Case closed." The second point of departure for Spinoza's God from God as traditionally conceived is God's lack of personality. I mean here personality not in the nice to talk to at a dinner party sense, but in the technical and theological sense, i.e., an entity with the capacity for volition, intention, agency, emotion, reason, morality, self-consciousness, communication, and kinship, one with which one can have a personal relationship with, as opposed to an impersonal or abstract force or principle such as the one, the all, the force, or the grounded being, such as substance with Spinoza, which is highly impersonal in this technical sense. The third and fourth point of departure for Spinoza's God from God as traditionally conceived is, whereas God is typically seen as a transcendent creator who causes a world distinct from God's self to come into being by creating it typically out of nothing in a spontaneous act of free will which God could have just as easily chosen not to, Spinoza instead sees God as the immanent sustaining cause of all that exists, from whose existence the rest of existence necessarily follows. From the necessity of the divine nature there must follow infinitely many things in infinitely many modes, writes Spinoza. Or, as he puts it elsewhere, from God all things have necessarily flowed, or have always followed, by the same necessity and in the same way as from the nature of a triangle it follows from eternity and to eternity that its three angles are equal to two right angles. In simple English, all things follow necessarily from the divine nature, as a triangle follows necessarily from three conjoined acute angles. There's no need for an intentional intervention for creation to happen, just as the triangle does not need to be created from the conjunction of its angles. Once you put them there, by definition, what follows is the triangle. From the nature of God, what follows by definition is reality as we have it. And for this exact reason, Spinoza's universe need not be created by some entity external to it, because it has no beginning. It is, always was, existing necessarily and eternally, following definitionally from the divine nature itself. Before continuing with the divine, let us for a moment get a bit more specific about what precisely Spinoza means by nature. Spinoza employs two terms which, as a set, encapsulate the dual aspect of nature natura naturans and natura naturata. These terms for Spinoza describe two different aspects at play in reality, all of which he calls nature with a capital N. There is natura naturans, nature, naturing, or productive nature, and there is natura naturata, nature, nature, or produced nature. Let us quote Spinoza. By natura naturans we must understand what is in itself and is conceived through itself, or such attributes of substance as express an eternal and infinite essence, i.e. God. But by natura naturans I understand whatever follows from the necessity of God's nature, or from any of God's attributes, i.e. all of the modes of God's attributes insofar as they are considered as things which are in God and can neither be nor be conceived without God. So natura naturans Spinoza equates with God as substance and the attributes of substance, which express its essence, and natura naturata with the modes and multiplicity as flowing from the attributes, but always remaining within God, within nature, which is why they're both called natura, underlying their common ontological unity. For those familiar with the general metaphysics of philosophical mysticism, you can appreciate how naturally this maps into the distinction made by so many in mystic of God or the one as emanator, and God manifesting as the many, as the emanated. Natura naturans, emanator, natura naturata, emanated. This understanding of nature brings us to perhaps the most famous line in all of Spinoza's ethics, the one people are constantly posting with pretty backgrounds on their Instagram. You know what it is, 3 simple Latin words that succinctly encapsulate his metaphysics, Deus sit natura, God or nature, his pithy way of saying that for him these words are interchangeable. Is it substance? Is it nature? Is it God? No, it is all three, because they mean the same thing for Spinoza. And this, according to the Spinoza scholar Stephen Nadler, is Spinoza's fundamental insight, and the fundamental principle of the ethics. To paraphrase him for a summary of what we've established thus far, for Spinoza, God is an eternal, indivisible, infinite, and uncaused substance. Outside of God there is nothing, and everything that exists is a part of God and is brought into being by and within God deterministically. This unified, unique, active, necessary being and cause of everything is what Spinoza means when he says God and his also nature, they are one and the same. But this daring and dangerous phrase, Deus sit natura, God or nature, in which this idea was encapsulated, which was so risque that it was edited out of the vernacular Dutch editions of the Ethics that were published shortly after Spinoza's death, also has a built-in ambiguity. Does Spinoza intend with it to divinize nature or to naturalize God? And this, I think, is the central question of Spinoza's pantheism, his belief that everything is God. What does he mean when he says that everything is God? Pantheos. How does Spinoza's pantheism, with a God who is neither personal, transcendent, nor a creator, distinguish itself from plain and simple atheism? Does Spinoza's pantheism, his assertion that everything is God, really just amount to saying that nothing is God? Much like saying that everyone is special usually amounts to saying that no one is special. Typical pan-specialism. For all this talk of God, is he actually a believer, or is he a plain old atheist? And Spinoza has certainly been read throughout history both ways. Both Spinoza's partisans and critics, writes Stephen Nadler, seem to have found it especially difficult to determine whether what Spinoza is offering is a devious atheism, with God reduced to nothing more than nature, or the most pious theism of Western philosophy, where God is to be found everywhere. And indeed, Spinoza was labeled an atheist even during his own lifetime. I met that atheist in Amsterdam, Spinoza, writes one acquaintance. And Spinoza's Ethics upon its posthumous publication was censored by the state of Holland as a profane, atheistic, and blasphemous book. And his other work, the Theological Political Treatise, was denounced as the most dangerous book ever published. A godless document full of abominations which every reasonable person should find abhorrent, a book forged in hell by the devil himself, is what his critics had to say about it. To the extent that being accused of being a Spinozist back in the 17th and 18th century meant that you were being called an atheist. And I should add that that was not a great thing to be accused of if you cared much for your safety or your job security. And yet, on the other side of things, Novalis, the German Romanticist poet, famously calls Spinoza der Gottvertrunkene Mann, the God-intoxicated man, the one who was drunk on God, the one magnum opus, his life's greatest work, with defining and proving the necessity of the existence of God to the exclusion of all else, and closes it by talking about divine love as the highest aim to which a person can aspire, amor die intellectualis, an intellectual love of God. Some atheist. With atheists like these, who needs theists? Am I right? We can see now how Spinoza attracted both of these labels, but to really answer the question of what God means for Spinoza, I think we need to split the issue into two separate questions. Question number one is one of quality, namely, what characteristics does this entity called God possess for Spinoza? And number two is a question of attitude. What does Spinoza deem as the appropriate attitude and disposition in approaching this entity he calls God or nature? With the hope that that answer will shed some light on the nature of Spinoza's God based on how he wants us to be approaching it. So question number one, what is the quality of Spinoza's God? We already know the quantity of Spinoza's God, namely everything. That is abundantly clear. What is the quality of his God? What kind of an entity exactly is this thing which is everything which he calls God? And finding out what Spinoza means by God qualitatively is critical because, as we said, simply to say that God is everything, in the sense that God is synonymous with the totality of existence, may just amount to nothing more than saying everything is everything, which is a plain old useless tautology, which is really the heart of Arthur Schopenhauer's critique of pantheism, when he says that to call the world God is to merely enrich our language with a superfluous synonym for the word world. And Spinoza's God examined qualitatively from the vantage point of question number one may very well fall victim to Schopenhauer's critique, because, as we've already established, Spinoza's God, which has neither free will, nor purpose, nor intention, is something quite qualitatively different from the way that that word has been understood traditionally, as opposed to the anthropomorphic fatherly God that we find in the Hebrew Bible, the New Testament, and the Quran, who cares about his, yes, God is figurative masculine, his handmade human, whom he often regrets making, with whom he enters into covenants, relationships, and with whom he reveals himself to and communicates with, threatening, chastising, and punishing them when they sin, rewarding, forgiving, and erasing them when they behave, and making plans and promises for their redemption. Spinoza's God, in contrast, seems cold and indifferent, antithetical to this classic depiction entirely. Spinoza here in his metaphysics is rejecting the God of classical theism, the idea of God as the creator of the universe, which God rules and watches over while remaining ontologically distinct from it. And from this perspective, I think it would stretch the English language to its breaking point to refer to both the God of Spinoza and the God of religion with the same word. Just to hammer this point home, although this should be quite clear by now, let me quote the historian of philosophy Frank Tilly. Spinoza expressly denies personality and consciousness to God. He has neither intelligence, feeling, nor will. He does not act according to purpose, but everything follows necessarily from his nature according to law. It really does seem like Spinoza, in speaking of God, means nothing at all like God as we know him, but is really just talking about nature or the universe at large using the word God. As Professor of Philosophy Blake Dutton writes, for Spinoza, God is no longer the transcendent creator of the universe who rules it via providence, but nature itself, understood as an infinite, necessary, and fully deterministic system of which humans are a part. On these grounds, it's easy to see why Spinoza has been considered an atheist. As Beth Law, the Canadian philosopher and Spinoza scholar, has put it simply, Spinoza is an atheist in that he denies the God of theism, God as he is in the Bible. And on these grounds, he stands guilty as charged. And even while talking excessively about God, Spinoza seems to be no more than merely using the word as another way of referring to his abstract, infinite, and eternal construct, which he also freely calls substance or nature. Perhaps it is no more than a superfluous synonym for him, as Schopenhauer quipped, and in this case, doubly redundant. And on top of all that, as someone pointed out, Spinoza's assertion that the world is God may in fact be read to mean that the physical world is ultimately self-explanatory, that no cause external to the world, no transcendent being is required, i.e., there is no God. From this perspective, Spinoza's pantheism is just another way of describing to the attitude of contemporary science toward the material world, seeing the entire universe as one large, orderly system within which all phenomena, physical and psychical, past, present, and future, are causally interdependent in one large interconnected system and intelligible and self-dependent cosmos. To call this deterministic, mechanical, scientific, or mathematical cosmos God is essentially to strip the word God of all its traditional significance and render it meaningless. As Cobblestone writes, simply put, if the cosmos is God, there is no God, and the person who declares that there is no God is an atheist. Thus, if taken this way,
Granger knows that if you're a lineman in charge of keeping the lights on, you go to great lengths, and sometimes heights, to ensure the power is always flowing. Which is why you can count on Granger for professional grade products and next day delivery, so you have everything you need to get the job done. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
if taken this way, Spinoza's pantheism is an atheistic system. But the final question to ask here, before considering this case closed and resolved, is what attitude does Spinoza recommend that we approach this entity he calls God or nature? Professor Stephen Nadler, a leading expert in Spinoza, proposes that this question is central in determining the question of Spinoza's pantheism. And in answering it, Nadler takes the contrarian opinion that Spinoza's philosophy is so far from any attitude of worship, reverence, or awe that could be properly considered religious towards God or nature, as would be appropriate towards the sacred, that we should stop calling Spinoza a pantheist at all, but simply an atheist. To quote Nadler, the key to discovering and experiencing God for Spinoza, writes Nadler, is philosophy and science, not religious awe and worshipful submission. The latter for Spinoza gives rise only to superstitious behavior and subservience to ecclesiastical authorities. The former leads to enlightenment, freedom, and true blessedness, i.e. peace of mind. But to be fair to all sides of the debate, there are those who disagree with Nadler on what attitude Spinoza advocates is appropriate towards God or nature, towards his Deus Simplitur. Another scholar, Frederick Cobblestone, argues that this perspective is not the only way the pantheism of Spinoza can be read, that beneath the logical schematism of his massive system with its definitions and axioms and propositions and proofs and its corollaries, there can be heard the cry for something more, a hunger for the infinite. In Spinoza's very first philosophical work, a treatise on the emanations of the intellect, that Spinoza began to write in his late 20s, but never completed, published only posthumously in the fragmentary state which he left it by his friends. In there, Spinoza writes about his spiritual quest, which led him to philosophy, his dissatisfaction with the things that people ordinarily strive for, wealth, fame, honor, and pleasure, all which he found to be vain and futile, and writes that it is only love for the eternal and infinite which is the source of real joy, and his hope that the pursuit of knowledge would lead him to this, to discover that which was truly worth pursuing, quote, the knowledge of the union that the mind has with the whole of nature. And this tendency and striving continues through his more mature work, where there's an attitude of reaching out beyond the transitory phenomena of experience reality to the infinite being which they are manifesting. Cobblestone makes the case that while for Spinoza, God was certainly not the personal creator God of all things Judaism, Christianity, or Islam, God was to him that which was the ultimately real, the infinite possessing an infinity of attributes. And because of his ascription to God of an infinitude of attributes, unknown and unknowable to the finite human mind, which we spoke about in the first video, Cobblestone entertains the possibility that this could have permitted a psychologically religious attitude towards the infinite substance, towards God, which Spinoza could have hardly adopted towards the mere world of appearances, to the world of the nodes. This distinction between God as the self-explanatory substance, the ultimate and the real, as opposed to the mere transitory, generated world of manifestations and modes, God as the ocean, the finite modes, the mere transient waves and ripples on the ocean surface, that have no existence on their own, but are only realities insofar as they are the forms and expressions of the truly existing, changeless substance, allows Cobblestone to argue that Spinoza, although not conceiving of God as a person or a disembodied mind, cannot be called an atheist, because it is the world which undergoes the truest transformation and sublation in his ethics, rather than God. And on similar grounds, a philosopher philosopher no less than Hegel himself writes, Spinozism might really just as well, or even better, have been termed a cosmism, the belief that there is no world, rather than atheism, the belief that there is no God, since according to its teaching it is not to the world, finite existence, the universe, that reality and permanency are to be ascribed, but rather to God alone as the substantial. And therefore, in Copleston's estimation, insofar as Spinoza's mind was fixed on the infinitude of the substance, the phenomenal world could take on the appearance of comparative unreality. God was all. And accordingly, the attitude and feeling which Spinoza's pantheism demands towards God or nature is one which would fill one with admiration and wonder at the sight of the rain of laws and the majesty of the cosmos as an eternal, significant, and coherent system, in the words of Copleston. This competing response to the second question, the question of attitude, leaves us with a Spinoza who is hardly an atheist, but a pantheist in the truest sense of the word, where the only real thing that exists is God, and the world itself is illusory, and therefore towards God there can be an attitude of awe and perhaps even worship. And thankfully, I have no intention of adjudicating between these scholars who have given years of their lives trying to understand this great man. I will leave that to you, the listener, to explore the arguments and read Spinoza for yourself to see which reading appeals to you most. Enjoy. And just in case you thought this debate was merely a conceptual one for bored philosophers with too much time on their hands, I'll have you know that it actually had serious ramifications that played out in history with no less a consequence hanging on it than the very verdict of what the entire legacy and reputation of the European Enlightenment would be, and what outcome it would invite upon European society at large. The question of how to properly interpret Spinoza's pantheism became the central issue in a cultural war that engulfed 18th century Europe. You think I'm joking, right? In 1785, the German philosopher Frederick Jacobi published a condemnation of Spinoza's pantheism after another influential German philosopher, writer, and leading Enlightenment figure, Gotthold Lessing, was alleged to have confessed on his deathbed to being a Spinozist, which, remember, was the equivalent at the time of being called an atheist. Jacobi claimed that Spinoza's metaphysics amounted to nothing more than philosophical materialism, and Jacobi hoped that publicizing Lessing's deathbed confession would expose Lessing and the European Enlightenment as a whole as a movement that would ultimately end in plain and simple atheism. And in doing so, Jacobi intentionally placed his contemporary German Jewish Enlightenment philosopher Moses Mendelssohn, the German Plato, in a bind. If Mendelssohn rejected pantheism outright, he would be dishonoring the memory of Lessing, his recently deceased philosopher friend, but upholding Lessing's legacy after his confession had come to light would be tantamount to publicly embracing Spinoza's perceived atheism. Mendelssohn cleverly found a middle way to escape the bind by casting Spinoza in a different, more favorable light, disagreeing with Jacobi, saying that his pantheism shed more characteristics, in fact, with theism than with atheism. And this heated debate between Jacobi and Mendelssohn, sparked by the death of Lessing, and which some claim even led to the early grief-stricken death of Mendelssohn at the age of 56, became a major point of contention in the intellectual and religious life of many in Europe at the time, known retrospectively as the Pantheismusstreit, or the Pantheism controversy, eventually spilling over with accusations of pantheism/atheism being labeled against many, including the great German philosophers Fichte and Schelling, and even causing the former to a forced resignation from his professorship. And as a consequence of this controversy, it became standard practice that up until the middle of the 18th century, it was de rigueur for every professor to prove their orthodoxy before taking office, and often demanded denouncing Spinoza as a heretic. Now, although Jacobi was hoping that his war against Spinoza's pantheism, which in his mind led directly to atheistic materialism and immorality, would inspire German culture to return to the safety of Christianity and to the certainty of revelation, back to the safe hands of God, to his dismay, it had quite the opposite effect, where young German thinkers and writers who would go on to become enormously influential, the likes of Goethe, Herder, and Fichte, were inspired instead to appeal to Spinoza's pantheism As an alternative to what they saw as superstitious theism on the one hand, and a cold Newtonian mechanistic deism on the other, and in doing so turned, quote, the scapegoat of the intellectual establishment into its hero, and inaugurated pantheism as, quote, the unofficial religion of Germany. And in one way or another, nearly every philosopher who appeared on the scene post-Spinoza was influenced by this controversy and his pantheism in general. Leibniz, Schopenhauer, Hegel, Fichte, Schelling, Goethe, Herder, Novalis, Schleiermacher, Rousseau, Nietzsche, Russell, Wittgenstein, Coleridge, Freud, Marx, and Deleuze. On each of them and many more, Spinoza left his enduring mark. There's another debate here, which was spearheaded by Karl Jaspers, as to whether Spinoza was a pantheist or a panentheist. Panentheism literally being the belief that all is God and in God, maintaining a room for divine transcendence in addition to divine immanence. And although practically there are many variations of panentheism, most seem to serve as a bridge between theism and pantheism, holding on to some aspects of either divine transcendence or personhood or both, while embracing some of the main aspects of pantheism, the immanence and omnipresence of God. And it may be seen for that reason as something of a compromising position theologically. I don't want to get too far into the debate as to whether Spinoza was a pantheist or panentheist, because we've already discussed that in earlier videos, links to that below, but I'll give you a rough, quick sketch of it. In a now often-cited letter to Henry Alderberg, a German theologian and natural philosopher, the guy who practically invented scientific peer review, Spinoza wrote, "As to the view of certain people that identify God with nature, taken as a kind of mass or corporeal matter, they are quite mistaken." This letter has led to the speculation that although Spinoza believed that everything that exists is God, he did not hold the converse view that God is no more than the sum total of what exists. And there is validity to this assertion since, as we mentioned earlier, according to Spinoza, God/substance has infinite attributes, of which we perceive only two, thought and extension. Hence, God's being and possibilities of being far exceed our given reality as we know it, and hence divine transcendence, hence panentheism, effectively rejecting what some consider a crude reading of Spinoza's pantheism, which creates a false symmetry between God and the world of finite things, false precisely because for Spinoza the relationship between substance and modes is indeed asymmetrical. This case was made most famously and persuasively by the German-Swiss psychiatrist turned existentialist philosopher Karl Jaspers, who argued that when Spinoza wrote Deus sit natura, God or nature, he was referring specifically to natur naturans and not natura naturata. If you remember the distinction we made earlier between productive and produce nature, arguing that God is the dynamic nature in action, growing and changing, not a passive or static thing, writes Jaspers, which Spinoza calls natura naturata. I hope you enjoyed that overview of Spinoza's pantheism. In case you'd like a recap, we began with a quick recap of Spinoza's metaphysics, which we covered in the first video of the series, his substance, attributes, and modes, and then we dove right into his definition of God, first God as substance, spoke about what this explicitly includes and excludes in this definition. We explained his distinction between natura naturans and natura naturata, and we tried dissecting what precisely is implied by Spinoza's pantheism, whether it is just atheism masquerading as something else, and looked at the two ways of answering that question, both a qualitative and an attitudinal approach. We had a look at the historical debate that shook the European intelligentsia in the wake of Spinoza's writings, and ended by briefly presenting another debate, the third option for Spinoza, that of panentheism. In the next video in the series, God willing, we'll be getting to his more esoteric stuff about really seeing ourselves and all we encounter in nature as part of the infinite, and how one may achieve that and what it may lead to. I'd like to present what I think is perhaps Spinoza's most powerful and beautiful idea. We'll talk about Spinoza's psychology, his position of free will, his proposed path to eudaimonia, human well-being, which he calls blessedness. In effect, we'll be looking at how Spinoza takes his enormous metaphysics and applies it to the very real questions of human suffering and flourishing. If you're looking forward to the video, please do subscribe and hit the bell notification so you know when it comes out. And as a reward for staying to the very end of the video, here is a poem and an accompanying reflection for you about Spinoza from Jorge Luis Borges, who called Spinoza his favorite historical character, whose invention of an infinite substance with infinite attributes he considered a superb fiction, and insisted that the ethics constitutes not a philosophical system, but a religious one, and that its author should be considered not a philosopher, but a prophet, or better yet, a saint. Check out, by the way, the original in Spanish if you're a purist about Borges, because I played around with the English translation a little. The poem goes thusly. A golden haze, the west glows. Through the window, the careful manuscript awaits, weighted down with the infinite. Someone is constructing God in the twilight. A man against God. He is a Jew, with saddened eyes and olive skin. Time carries him along, as a river carries the leaf on downward streams. It does not matter, the mage endures, and fashions God with delicate geometry. From his weakness, out of nothing, he continues to build God with the word. To him, the most extraordinary love is granted, the love that has no hope of being loved in return. Marcelo Abadi notes that in this poem, Spinoza is depicted as attempting to carve his God universe out of the coarse matter of language. But, in the words of Abadi, the ethics may prove not to attain truth or the absolute, but it mirrors the gaze that seeks them, disdaining fame and riches. It is not God but Baruch who is constructed by the architecture of the ethics. The finest creation of the ethics was its very own. Catch you next time. Thank you for watching and keep seeking. There are a handful of helpful themes that historians use to trace and chart the assimilation and reception of Neoplatonic language ideas into the world of the early Kabbalists. We're going to be looking at three themes here: emanationism, ecotheology, and unionistica. This series is being produced in collaboration with some of my great friends and scholars over here on YouTube: Justin Sledge on Esoterica, Philip Home on Let's Talk Religion, Angela Luca on Angela Symposium, Dan Trell on The Undermenicist, and John Vervaeke. Links all down in the description. Hey, what's up, Seekers? Welcome back. There are a handful of themes that historians use to trace the assimilation of Neoplatonic language and ideas into the world of the Kabbalists. The first and perhaps most obvious is the Neoplatonic theme of emanation, the belief that God, or the One, does not create the world in some kind of voluntary act, bringing something outside of it from nothing suddenly into being, but rather that God, or the One, emanates existence from itself by the very definition of its own goodness and fullness, continually from its own being into existence as we know it. Next, there is the Platonic theory of forms, namely the existence of perfect archetypes, from which all perceivable reality is derived, as mere imitations of the forms, each thing in existence striving hypostatic nature, namely that the primary forms that emerge from the one are seen as metaphysical entities, the divine powers, which constitute the very chain itself, mediating between one and many, between absolute reality and our imperfect reality down here, this flowing from absolute unity into reality and multiplicity. The purpose of this great chain of being, comprising of these ideal forms, serves a philosophical purpose. It serves to answer the most basic metaphysical question of philosophical mysticism, the problem of the one and the many. The problem is, how does the one, the infinite, the incomparable, bring into being our worlds, the many, that which is finite, composite, contingent, and flawed? We all know that the gap between the infinite and the finite itself, that gap is infinite and should be logically impossible to cross. The brilliant mechanism that Neoplatonism employs to bridge this impossible gap is this emanative process known as the great chain of being. The typical order of this chain found among the Neoplatonists begins with, as we said, the one, which is beyond all being and description. The one, through a process of reflecting upon itself, produces a perfect mirror image of itself, known as nous, or intellect, what we might today call consciousness or mind at large. Nous, this mind as the Neoplatonists have it, in turning its gaze from the one, produces soul, also known as world soul, which in turn emanates nature, or the material world as we know it. That is a very, very basic overview of the primary tenets of the Neoplatonic chain of being. Check out Philip's video for a much more detailed elaboration on the great chain. This Neoplatonic interpretation of the theory of the forms from Plato is seen by Moshe Idel and others as finding articulation in the Kabbalistic theory of the Sphirot, the divine channels by which the ineffable Ein Sof, the infinite God of the Kabbalists, the One, emanates itself into our multifaceted reality. The third theme that academics use to trace the reception of Neoplatonism into the world of the Kabbalists is the theme of union mystica, or as the Neoplatonists know it, gnosis, the mystical union, becoming one with God. The idea that the human can traverse, transcend, and climb up beyond the realm of material, out of the proverbial Platonic cave of shadows, to reach the sun itself, to unite with God, or to become one with the one, gnosis, or as the Kabbalists might call it, to reach a state of Dveikut, Achdut, or Yichud, with the infinite Ein Sof, God himself. And lastly, to trace the Neoplatonic reception amongst Neo-Kabbalists, we have the theme of negative theology, the concept that nothing can be known or said about the one or God, that we cannot come closer to God through any positive affirmations, but that we can only negate all that stands between us to come closer to that which is unthinkable, unspeakable, ineffable. Or, as the Kabbalist and Jewish philosophers put it, that when it comes to God, the pinnacle of knowledge is to know that one does not know, and only in that not knowing can one come to know something. What we would call negative theology, also sometimes known as apophatic theology. The activity of tracing the influence of one broad and diverse school of thought on another equally broad and diverse one is a difficult and treacherous one, some would say a foolhardy one, and requires intimate knowledge of numerous texts and thinkers from both schools in their original languages and contexts, as well as a sensitivity to the cultural and linguistic particularity of each of the compared parties, and a constant vigilance for parallelomania, the fallacy of seeing patterns and connections, parallels where none such exist. And even then, with all that, and with years of training, comparative work is still in practice often more of an art than a science, betraying often more of the subjectivity of the comparer than the facts on the ground. Having said all that, we are are going to engage in this art of comparison because it's as important as it is tricky. To guide us along with our comparison, we're going to use the themes we outlined above as broad signposts along the way, and we'll try and bolster the case that we're making with more specific examples and quotes from the Kabbalists themselves throughout the ages. To kick off our study of the relationship between the Kabbalists from 12th century Provence to 16th century Safed and the Neoplatonic philosophers from Plotinus in the 3rd century to the closing of the Platonic Academy by Emperor Justinian in the 6th, we must begin with one of the many streams that flow from these late Greek philosophers that bridge them with the 12th century Kabbalists, namely the medieval Jewish Neoplatonists. The Jewish Neoplatonists and Neoplatonically influenced Jewish philosophers spanning from Isaac Israeli in the 10th century to Solomon ibn Gabriel and Bachya ibn Qudai in the 11th to Abraham ibn Ezra and Yehuda Halevi in the 12th are, according to Altman, Stern, Hoffman, and others, the first to articulate a Jewish version of Neoplatonism, a Jewish version of the Neoplatonic journey and goal of the human soul to unite with God, to reunite with the One. What these brilliant Jewish thinkers working over the course of 3 centuries do is interpret rabbinic Judaism through the lenses of the dominant philosophical school of their time, creatively rereading the Neoplatonic journey of emanation from and return to the One, the ascending journey of purification, elimination, and mystical communion, reading this as the inner purpose of Judaism and the meaning of her commandments, with a particular focus on biblical commandments to cleave to God, the Dafka Bo, which was now read as an instruction for a spiritual return and mystical union with God, a reading which is not done up until the 10th and 11th century with these Jewish Neoplatonists. We now, reading these biblical verses 1,000 years after the Jewish Neoplatonists made this creative, philosophical, spiritualized reading, we take it for granted, and we may assume that it is the obvious straightforward text. It isn't, though. The fact that we think it is a testament to how successful their creative rereading and synthesis of Judaism and Neoplatonism was. This Jewish Platonized line of thinking, spearheaded by Isaac Israeli, expanded by Ibn Gabriel, and continued by Ibn Ezra's Yehuda Halevi and Bachya ibn Qudai, to quote Adam Afterman, produced a revolutionary interpretation of Judaism in Neoplatonic categories of emanation, elimination, transformation, and union with One, with God, effectively reshaping rabbinic Judaism by rebirthing a spiritual and mystical interpretation of the biblical Tmeikut in Platonic terms. This grand synthesis between Judaism and Platonism, the second of its kind, the first conducted by Philo of Alexandria 1,000 years earlier, but by and large unnoticed in Jewish philosophical history, Philo found reception more in the early Christian church fathers than he ever did in Jewish philosophy, but this second reunion between Judaism and Platonism, between Moses and Plato in the 10th to 13th century, went on, according to Altman and others, to bring an entirely new understanding of the biblical idea of Tmeikut as union, as well as one which contains the entire Neoplatonic axis and spiritual transformation and return. The early Kabbalists, coming hot off the heels of these Jewish Neoplatonists, are well aware of what they're up to, and quote them repeatedly in their own treatment of the soul's union with the metaphysical realms and ultimately with God, opening up our first real flow of influence of Platonic and Neoplatonic ideas into the fertile minds of the early Kabbalists. We've bunched these Jewish Neoplatonists into one bundle here for sake of convenience, but in reality, each one is up to their own thing and doing it independently in their own unique way. I highly recommend reading chapter 5 in Adam Afterman's brilliant And They Shall Become One Flesh to see each one fleshed out in some fine detail with copious quotations and citations to both primary and secondary literature that he's able to do there that we cannot do here in a brief YouTube video. Afterman was adopted into the Kabbalistic systems, enriching the mystical path leading to union with the divine. The first Kabbalists writing at the close of the 12th century in southern France and a little later in Spain had an ear open to this Platonic language of union and return, which had already been made kosher by their Jewish philosophical predecessors. The early Kabbalists took on this spiritualized language, describing the overflow from God, as well as the return to God, the path of union and communion with one, combining it, following their philosophical Jewish predecessors, with the biblical commandments to cleave to God, giving birth to the Kabbalistic version of Dveikut, one of the central goals in the life of the mystic, and in their view of Judaism as a whole. The early Kabbalists, such as Yitzchak Sakinar, Isaac Blind, the first Kabbalists to commit Kabbalah to writing since the inception of Kabbalah proper on the European continent, added something unique to this story of union with God that differentiates it from the philosophers that preceded them. What they added would go on to be immensely important for all Jewish mysticism to follow. What they added was that not only could the mystic practitioner come to a state of union or communion with God, an immensely purifying, transformative, and enlightening process for the mystic to experience and undergo themselves, reconstructing their very conception of self and their relationship with the world around them. But according to the early Kabbalists, those engaged in this process of coming close to and eventually uniting with God had a transformative and nourishing impact not only on themselves, but on God as well. The Kabbalists, in their uniting with God, achieved through the ritual performance of the mitzvot, prayer, Torah study, contemplation and meditation, kavanah and tibbonenut, saw themselves as partaking in the divine drama of creation, revelation, and redemption, themselves playing a crucial redemptive role for God itself, specifically for the feminine aspect of God, the Shekhinah, who sat in the dust of exile, separated from her masculine counterpart, her lover, Kodesh-Baruch Hu, the Holy One, blessed be He. It was the Kabbalist's sacred duty to unite Kodesh-Baruch Hu and Shekhinah, uniting God itself, redeeming God from its own state of exile and self-banishment, and in doing so, unite themselves, the collective souls of Israel and the world as a whole, back into its source, in one, in God, uniting the divine masculine with us, the divine feminine. The Kabbalistic work of Berurim, Tikkunim, and Yehudim, purification, reparation, and unification. In Neoplatonism, this would all fall under the category known as theurgy, the capacity for the human through their ritual or contemplative acts, while in a state of union or henosis with God, to quite literally affect, change, or influence God to rectify the divine. Trippy stuff, I know. Here we see, in the briefest of glimpses, to quote Optimum over time, one of the ways in which the early 13th century Kabbalists incorporated the language of union from various philosophical and theological sources, by which it introduced new forms of religious practices, cultivating their profound interest in mystical experience and empowerment, vision and cleaving and union with God as a goal in and of itself, and incorporated these union practices as key elements in their theological performance. I hate to drop this on you like this, but I think it's important to complicate things just a little and try to give a semblance of the complexity that this issue deserves to it. There's a theory put forward most recently by Adam Optimum, which turns this question of the direction of influence here on its head. This whole time we've been tracing the influence of Neoplatonism on Jewish thinkers, but there might be good reason to believe that the influence also runs in the opposite direction, from a much earlier Jewish philosopher, Han, the very first Neoplatonists. Influence is a funny thing like that, as you see that when we zoom into it, it ends up looking a lot more like multiple streams continually converging and drinking each other, often in wildly Philo, living at the time in the rich cultural world of Hellenized Alexandria, engaged in a highly creative and influential attempt to synthesize Greek thought with the Bible. Philo, in his work of synthesizing, struck upon some radically rich ideas that would shape the future of religious philosophical thought for millennia. It's fairly well known that it's largely from Philo that the author of the Fourth Gospel and the early church fathers get their concept of the Logos, the Word made flesh, following Philo's creative synthesis of Platonic, Stoic, and biblical ideas. However, there's another concept which Philo potentially bequeaths to Western philosophical thought, whose transition is lesser known, but no less influential. Philo's reading of the biblical instruction, the biblical commandment, in fact, to cleave to God through a Platonic lens, namely of the ascent of the soul or the mind to the supreme form, to the good. The reading together of these two notions, argues ultimate, brings to birth the very concept of the mystica, the belief that the essence of the individual, whatever it is, may ascend towards and actually unite with God. This union in Philo's reading is the intent of the biblical commandments, and this reading, argues ultimate, goes on to influence and form the father of Neoplatonism, Plotinus's own notion of the ascent of the soul to the one, the capacity for the soul to unite with it in a state of hypnosis, a state of that oneness, unio mystica, the concept which he and his school then go on to bequeath to all of Western mysticism, Jewish, Christian, and Muslim to follow. What we have here, according to this hypothesis, is a Hellenized Alexandrian Jew at the turn of the millennium, reading his Bible in Greek, literally and conceptually, giving birth to the philosophical mystical concept of mystical union, an idea which makes its way down the trip of time 200 years on to Plotinus, the father of Neoplatonism, who goes on to make it the centerpiece of his exquisite philosophy, which, some 600 years later, would be translated into Arabic, making its way back to Jewish philosophers, studying their Muslim contemporaries, and from them the idea would be passed on into the hands of the Jewish mystics, the Kabbalists, another about 200 years later, 1200 years in total, since Philo had first put together this idea in the depths of perhaps his own mystical ecstasy, philosophical speculation, or both. Somewhere, who knows, in the streets or corridors of Alexandria, 1,000 miles from Provence, the birthplace of Kabbalah. The next theme that we're going to look at today is that of negative theology, the belief that no positive affirmation can be made about God or one at all, and that the only way we can try conceptualize, describe, or come close to God is by unsaying, by negating all conceptions and descriptions, idiatashla, the knowing of negation or absence as it's known in Hebrew, knowing that we cannot know, the via negativa as it's known in Latin, the path of negation, which begins to some extent with Plato's Socrates, who knows only that he does not know. Negative theology really gets at the ground with Philo, we spoke about earlier, the first Jewish philosopher, and Plotinus, the father of Neoplatonism, and goes on to become a staple of Platonic thought, adapted into Christianity primarily by Pseudo-Dionysius, and flowers in Islam and people like Ibn Arabi and Rumi. In medieval Jewish thought, we find important expressions of negative theology, both in Neo-Aristotelian works like Maimonides' Guide for the Perplexed, and in Platonic works like Gabriel's Fons Vitae, Kurt Haim, and subsequently in the works of Kabbalists who are informed by them, and in conversation again with their Jewish philosophical predecessors, again drawing a chain back from the Kabbalists to the Jewish philosophers to the Muslim Christian philosophers all the way back to Plotinus, Philo, and Plato. We've presented classes here before on the channel on Maimonides' Negative Theology, the most famous articulation of negative theology in Jewish history, and I recommend checking out those videos that we made if you'd like an understanding of some of the philosophical background to what we're about to discuss here in the world of Kabbalists. There are many avenues through largest negative theology in Kabbalah. It's really a huge place, and it's hard to know where to begin. Let us come at it then from one angle, the name that the Kabbalists give to God, and see where that takes us. One of the primary names that the Kabbalists use to describe God is Ein Sof. You may be familiar with this term. Ein Sof is an explicitly negative term. I don't mean negative here, by the way, in like a value sense, but simply that it's a term which negates as opposed to a term which affirms. That's what I mean when I say negative theology. Don't think sad, emo theologians. Think negating theologians. Ein or ayin means none or without, and sof means end or limit. Ein sof together literally means limitless or infinite, namely that about which we can say nothing other than that it has no limit. This classic Kabbalistic way of referring to God simply as the absence of limit is a classic negative term. The Kabbalists also refer to God simply as ayin, nothingness or emptiness, which only deepens their negative theology. Not only an absence of limit, just absence at all per se is how they describe God. There, in this absence of anything, according to the Kabbalists, one finds the true nothingness of God. Azriel of Gerona, an early Kabbalist, in one line of many that deserves to be collected into a small book called Zan Koans from the Kabbalists, describes, or rather undescribes, the Ein Sof as, without distinction, equally nothing and being, the complete simplicity and undifferentiation that is called unity. This negative conception is a radical version of God. It's not merely a transcendent God, that is beyond the world, but rather is that which transcends transcendence itself, that which lays waste to the very categories of transcendence and immanence. It is none other than none other, to riff on Nicholas Macusa, the one which transcends not only the category of numbers, as per the Tikkuti Zohar, that which transcends the very categories of being and nothingness itself, of existence and non-existence. That which to merely say so much as that it exists is already saying too much. This is a radical and sophisticated conception of God, and it's one which didn't just appear out of nowhere in the 12th century. Gershon Scholem, the famous founding father of the modern academic study of Jewish mysticism, discussed in the opening episode, theorized a Neoplatonic origin for the negative theology of the Kabbalists. But he rejected a proposal made by the earlier scholars that the Hebrew term itself, Ein Sof, was a translated form of the Greek empyrean or the Arabic lanihia, which both literally mean that which is without limit, a paras lanihia, without limit, which then would parallel the Kabbalists' Ein Sof, without limit. Scholem instead proposes that the term Ein Sof was a mutation of the Hebrew phrase ad Ein Sof, until no end, amongst others. But while rejecting this direct linguistic conclusion, Scholem did believe that conceptually the negative theology of the Kabbalists was almost identical with that of the Neoplatonists, giving the Kabbalists what Scholem delightfully calls a mystical agnosticism. This affinity between Neoplatonic negative theology and the Kabbalists' Ein Sof is not just one dreamt up by creative historians, but one which is observed and noted by the Kabbalists themselves. The 12th century Kabbalist of Israel, Gerona, who we quoted earlier, writes, Ein Sof is the absolute distinctiveness in the perfect unity, in which there is no change, and since it is limitless, nothing exists outside of it. Since it is above everything, it is the principle in which everything hidden and visible meet, and since it is hidden, it is the source of both faith and disbelief. The philosophers, writes Israel, agree with those who say that our comprehension of it can take place only through the path of negation. Here we hear the echoes, loud and clear, of the poetic philosophical negative mysticism of Plotinus and his students throughout the ages, particularly someone like the Jewish philosopher Yehuda Halevi, as Scholem points out in Israel's description of the Ein Sof as both the source of belief and disbelief, theism and atheism. And Israel acknowledges that this idea is shared by the philosophers of the Kabbalists, This adaptation of a mystical, unknown God, just to go into this point a little, does create some tension when contrasted with the personal creating, ruling, revealing, and redeeming God of the Bible and rabbinic literature, a basic tension found in really any tradition that is both theistic and mystical. In the Western philosophical context, this tension was often a result of the adoption and of the attempted amalgamation of Greek, specifically Neoplatonic concepts like the one with the biblical or Quranic notion of God, who is typically a lot more than just an abstract, unknown principle. This amalgamation project, which we know goes as far back as Philo of Alexandria at the time of the millennia, continues right through the Middle Ages. For the philosopher, God is a principle, a construct, an it, while for the religious thinker, God is a person, a reality, a you. The challenge and tension arises when the philosopher and the religious thinker are the same person. What do they make of their God, who is both principle and person, both it and thou? There's no one way that the Kabbalists answer this very difficult question. Their thinking is as diverse as any collection of individuals that have been lumped together by fate and history. Some early Kabbalists, like Israel of Gerona, in his commentary on the Ten Sefirot, at times identifies Ein Sof with the God of the Bible, the Yotzer Bereshit, the Demiurge of Genesis, as they refer to him, the God who fashioned the world into being, transforming, as Shalom puts it, the most hidden element in God, the God of the philosophers and mystics, into the most public, paving the way for the personalization of the term itself, which goes from being the designation of an abstract concept which we've been describing, a mere placeholder for that which cannot be placed or held, to becoming the proper name for the object of faith for millions, a mixing of the personal and impersonal, veiled and concealed, giving us the uniquely Kabbalistic expression, Ein Sof Baruch Hu, infinity, blessed be He. Oh, the irony. While other Kabbalists, like the great Nachmanides in his famous commentary on the Torah, avoids using the term Ein Sof almost entirely, sticking instead to traditional names for God, giving us reason to believe that for him, the God at play in Genesis through Deuteronomy is only that of God which manifests via the Sefirot, while the hidden infinite aspect of God, God as Ein Sof, as the infinite, unknowable, unspeakable, makes no appearance in the Bible. God as Ein Sof is so hidden that it plays no active role in religion. It is the abyss and unwound, hidden in absolute nothingness, of which we have only a vague intimation, as Shalom puts it in his beautiful Germanic. It is nothing but the dark ground from which the God of Revelation, who is the unity of the Ten Sefirot, arises. It's not a very long road from the absence of Ein Sof in Nachmanides' commentary on the Bible to the explicit statement made by an anonymous Kabbalist writing sometime around the beginning of the 1300s. He writes, Ein Sof is not even alluded to in the Torah, the prophets, the hagiographers, the Torah, the Nevi'im, the Tanakh, the Bible, or in the words of the sages. Only the mystics receive a small indication of it, namely, that the God of creation, revelation, and redemption, the God of the Bible, the God of religion, the divinity which has any relation to our world, is only the dynamic unity of the emanation of the Ten Sefirot. It is not God's true hidden self, the Ein Sof. You can see why the Kabbalists try to discuss their ideas with caution and not publicize them to just everyone and anyone. These are challenging and rightfully controversial thoughts about the most important questions of faith, God itself. Don't even get me started on the Kabbalist's extended deliberation on the question of the identity or non-identity of God as Ein Sof with the first Sefirah, which represents for Kabbalists God's will, Keter, a deliberation which so closely parallels the Neoplatonic question of the relationship between one and the first emanation from the one nous, mind, that if you took either of the texts and just replaced the Greek Hebrew term and strip them of any easy cultural identifiers. I believe that many students of Kabbalah and philosophy would be hard-pressed to tell you if what they had in their hands belonged to Athens or to Jerusalem. Moshe Idel, who we mentioned earlier, buys into most of Shalom's theory here on the similarity between Neoplatonists and Kabbalists on this question of negative theology, but Idel objects to the assumption that this negative theology was the whole story for the early Kabbalists. Idel speculates, somewhat curiously, that the Kabbalists actually had two sides to their theology. One was more exoteric, more on the outside, more the public version, which was the negative version of their theology, and one more esoteric, hidden, positive version of their theology for those who really know what's up. Apophasis on the outside, cataphasis on the inside. Idel argues that the negative Ein Sof that we find in the early Kabbalists wasn't their truest esoteric theology. Their real esoteric belief was in an anthropomorphic infinity. A infinity, that which has no limits, the infinite, that also has some sort of human components or shape. The secret belief that the infinite God, which also included personhood, the proper object for religious veneration, was greater, or in some sense truer, than the contentless God of the philosopher. If you want to see something really cool, check out the Root of Honors mysticism in the West for a fascinating parallel in Hinduism in their preference for Ishvara of God as personhood, of Brahman at times, God as the personal and transcendent. But getting back to our subject here of the Kabbalists, while this first exoteric reading of Ein Sof as pure negative indeed does follow Neoplatonic thinking, according to Idel, this second, inner, deeper reading of God, this positive theology of an anthropomorphic structure in the infinite, is certifiably not Neoplatonic. It's hard to say, writes Idel, how central the anthropomorphic theosophy may have been in this belief that the infinite God had some human characteristics, since it was treated as especially esoteric and was only recently being analyzed in scholarly studies. Time we discover more instances of a deeper positive understanding of the Ein Sof and the relationship of Kabbalistic theosophy to Neoplatonic negative theology may undergo some significant changes. So, whatever Shalom said, just hold that door open. For this reason, Idel cautions against assuming a strong Neoplatonic influence on early Kabbalistic negative theology, and believes that we should be looking for this negative influence more strongly in the Kabbalist Renaissance, we'll be covering in next episode. And when we look for the early Kabbalistic influence of Neoplatonism, we should instead be looking in the positive realm of the Kabbalistic Sfirot in their relation to the Neoplatonic chain of emanation, as opposed to focusing on the negative side of Kabbalist theology. Let us stay for now in this moment of the early 13th century, but shift our focus from the negative theology of Ein Sof to the positive theology of the Sfirot and the theory of emanation, where Idel indicates the influence lies. One of the central problems facing the Neoplatonists and all subsequent metaphysical mystics, as we began to say earlier, is the problem of the one and the many. Simply, how does the infinite, perfectly simple, beyond multiplicity, bring into being something which is fundamentally unlike itself, something which is multiple, fractured, broken, finite, namely the world as we know it? How can the infinite be in relationship with the finite? How can the absolute relate to the here and now, the contingent? How do we reconcile the perfect with the arbitrary, the ideal, with the actual non-words? The answer to this question of one of the many that the Neoplatonists developed would go on to be of supreme importance for religious thinkers of all faiths for millennia to come. The answer was that the one did not directly emanate and interact with many. That would be simply impossible. Rather, that the one emanated a series of emanations, each one just slightly more susceptible to multiplicity than the one before it. And through this chain of emanations, the one could eventually bring multiplicity into being. The Neoplatonic reaching into being, as this process of emanation came to be known, went on to be replicated which they would build elaborate worlds and universes, languages and logics, chaos and order, myths and drama, paradises and angels. But perhaps most central to the Kabbalistic chain of being stood one central concept, the Sphirot. The first depiction of the Sphirot begins in the mysterious Sefer Yetzirah, the Book of Formation, in which the Sphirot are seen as something like 10 mythical numbers with which God creates reality. In the early Kabbalistic authors, these mysterious Sphirot become not only instruments by which God creates the world, but they also constitute the revealed side of the hidden God, the infinite itself, which we discussed earlier. In short, these Sphirot for the early Kabbalists are the way by which and as which God manifests, emanates God's self and world into revealed existence, the tools by which God expresses God's self in the perpetual act of creation of the world. We're going to see some of the specific ways in which the Kabbalistic structure of the Sphirot, so central to their thinking, derives a lot of its internal grammar from the Neoplatonic schema. We're going to try and be balanced here in our reasoning and try to find a middle ground between extremes, between traditionalists who claim that the structure and function of the Sphirot has nothing at all to do with Neoplatonism, and some academics who claim that the entire metaphysical edifice of Kabbalah owes its internal logic to Neoplatonism. Both positions, which seem to have some strong a priori assumptions, skewing a fair, open examination of the evidence as it presents itself to us. Moshe Idel brings our attention to the central role played by the first three Sphirot in the early Kabbalistic thinkers, like Isaac Levine and Jacob Ben Sheshet. For these early Kabbalists, the first Sphira, later known as Keter, the will and desire of God, the direct link to Ein Sof, represents the subtle, unified being of existence, the starting point of emanation. The second Sphira, known as Chachma, wisdom, God's thought, contains all existence in its original, essential, ideational form. And the third Sphira, Bina, represents the comprehensive comprehension of these divine ideas and essences. The full detail and multiplicity contained within the second Sphira is made explicit in the third. Thus, to quote Idel, passage from the first to the second Sphira is a passage from unity to multiplicity, although the multiplicity is realized fully as such only in the third Sphira. If the Neoplatonic parallel to this triadic emanating structure isn't jumping out at you by itself, let me allow Ben Sheshet, the Kabbalist himself, to explain. This is the statement of the philosophers, writes Ben Sheshet, the Kabbalist, who arrange these four: the intellect, the will, the spiritual, and the natural. The will is the divine will. Under it is the intellect, namely the active intellect. Under that, the soul, i.e., the intellective soul. Under it, the natural. We see that the Aleph, the first Sphira of Keter, in our terms, corresponds to the divine will in their terms, and Yud, the second Sphira of Chachma, in our terms, corresponds to the active intellect of theirs, and so forth. Without getting too deep into the weeds of ancient and then metaphysical comparative metaphysics, what we find here is the Kabbalists themselves drawing direct comparisons between their own cosmologies and metaphysics, their sacred structures of reality, which in their view, remember, derives from